It's in good shape. Can I actually read it? Will I actually be interested? Got my new reading. It's gonna be difficult. Looks like it's for the smart people, the nerds. Hair looks good. Yeah, once a month. Hey, Akira Nova, Eddie, Darren, Expulse, John, Joe, Josh. I see double vision, not 100% of where I look, but very often I see double vision. It's an effect from my eye operation. Hey, Mike. Hey, Carnegie. Hey, Pat. Hey, Saber. Nova Scotia. Wow. New Scotia. Where's Old Scotia? In New York? Buongiorno. I'm sure it's in the Holy Land somewhere. Hey, Benjamin and Sunil. All right, so I just came on at 2 o'clock, so I assume that means Ham has a call going somewhere. If you guys want to go to Ham's call, go to Ham's call. I can't seem to coordinate it properly. I don't mean any conflict. It's just, he's the best source of information right now. So I encourage you to go listen. I didn't come with an agenda today simply because I think everyone wants to talk about Finger. So we can start with that and finish with that. The last trade for Finger is 470. The volume, let's get the bid and the ask. Takes a second. Okay. 445 to 452. Last trade 451.93. The volume is huge, 2.26 million. And today's high, at least during regular trading hours, was $5.19, 5.1999. And the low, 438. I understand that Crappy Barra put out a report again, if you can call it a report. And of course, the SEC doesn't care about that. I don't know how to call this, but the volume is so strong that this may well be a time to build positions or add to positions. I'd be wary about Friday. I think they'll pick a number, probably not yet. They'll probably pick it in the morning. And they can always change it, but they'll close it at a number that wipes out most of the calls so they can have the premium. If they can. They're not always able to have it their way. So it might make sense in terms of making new positions to wait until Monday after this conflagration of calls and puts expiring on Friday. But This has been an orderly sell-off. The volume has been solid. It's like a professional buyer. There can only be, I think, three things going on with Finger, or some combination of the three. One is there's a buy-in going on of the real short and the naked shorts. And that's something that Ham would have insight on from all of his contacts. And that would explain volume, but I don't think it would explain such orderly volume. But who knows? Yeah, who knows? The second thing could be that, let's call them the criminals collectively, are organizing a bit of a run-up with volume, and they're selling into the run-up, either to help themselves in their positions or to and no one, I don't even want to talk about it, but it's just a possibility that they're building up a cash treasure chest at a prime broker so that they can offer the cash to the company. You know, that's how a lot of these guys make it, but let's not focus on that. It's a possibility. I'll leave it at that. I won't explain it further. And the third thing is maybe something's going on that we don't know about. Maybe it's a joint venture with SAIC. Maybe it's a large contract from Thailand. Maybe President Xi has asked Martin Shen to hire his daughter as CFO or something, you know, just some big thing that we don't know about. A joint venture, a new contract, a new relationship. And so one of those three things could explain what's going on. The orderly nature of the trading leads me to believe whoever's buying is doing it professionally, is doing it, it's, you know, using a trading desk. So there's more to be revealed. I think we'll know a hell of a lot more once the annual report comes out. And it may well be that 2 out of my 3 scenarios, and they could all be happening at the same time, but maybe 2 out of those scenarios have to wait until after the annual report. But anyway, that's my worthless assessment of what's going on. The volume is 2.28 million. It's 2 o'clock, and the spread is 442 to 444. I guess one final observation here. This morning, I saw the stock trade, I think, as high as approximately 550, either side of that, I can't remember. And last night, of course, it was up considerably. I don't remember if it broke 6, but it certainly was approaching it. Today, if the stock closes in the red, that doesn't destroy the story, but it could mean you got a couple of days of correction. Just remember the great rocket scientist, what goes up must come down, said Werner von Braun. You say good time to buy here at $5 when it was mostly at $1. Did you ever buy Fingerstock with your own money, or have you received it for consulting? Consult this, pal. Consult this. Number one, Reno G. I don't know who the F you are. You're such a coward, you won't put your name out. Number two, your recitation of history is totally wrong. Totally wrong. I suggested, I believe it was January, but it might have been right at the beginning of February, that I said when the stock was $1.04, that it's starting to look good. And I mentioned repeatedly over several weeks that at $1.10, $1.15, $1.20, $1.10, that I thought people could double or triple, possibly more, quadruple their money over the next 90 days. And my main basis was how it was trading, the information that was pending, and the annual report. I think my call was excellent, by the way. And now that it's at, as you put it, $5, it's not at $5. It's at $4.40. And what I just said today is, I don't really know. Nobody knows. But the stock has pulled back in a very orderly way. And if people were looking to add to positions or establish new positions, this might be a good price. It feels like something is going on. Whatever's going on today wasn't going on when it was $1. So this is very amateur on your part, because you got a brain the size of half a hollowed out pea. It might be a better buy today than it was at $1.10. Why? Because the information is better. The trading pattern is better. But each person has to make their own call on that. The stock is trading at, it says here, $170 million market cap. I think that's pretty fairly valued. So we'll have to see if there's news after the annual report. But I totally disagree with your trying to manipulate history. You're just wrong. And if I did receive shares for consulting, that is what they call it, by the way. They call it consulting. Just like the guy who interviewed Martin Shen, he received shares, they call it consulting. Just like the investment bankers who receive shares, oftentimes that's referred to as consulting. And in your case, how you get paid by your buddies, kickbacks, and handoffs and guarantees that you're not lost, you don't report it. So you don't have to call it anything. It's just criminal racketeering. But it's nobody's business at all. And if I answer your implied question, I do not accept the responsibility that I have to answer on every position that I own. But the fact is, I received 0 shares for consulting of FingerMotion. 0. None. Never. Nada. Never been paid shares of FingerMotion. So consult this, pal. You must be in trouble. It's something that we have to take into account. You guys must be in trouble. I'm just trying to get back to even. Been holding for 2 years. Guess I'll hold longer. No, I don't think that's Well, I don't know your position. If this is a small position in your overall portfolio, then that's a good strategy. You've had plenty of time for over a 2-year period. You had plenty of time a year ago to establish losses and get back in and then be in a long-term position now. You didn't do that. That's something to think about in the future. You did not sell calls against your position for this Friday, even though I don't know if you were on when I was talking, but I suggested to people you could sell out of the money calls against your position, bring in 40 cents, bring in 25 cents. I don't know how many shares you have, but on 10,000 shares, you could bring in $4,000. And you just got to wait 3 or 4 days. What's the risk? The risk is the stock squeezes. On the other hand, how likely is it to squeeze in a 4-day period when we've been waiting around since the last time it started to squeeze 2 years ago? And anyway, you didn't do that. But I think now that the stock is active again, there's some premium in the calls. You say, oh, well, or you say, guess, I'll hold longer. I don't know. I think I'd take a little more control of your situation and maybe start selling the near month calls against your position. Bring in 40 cents. And the risk is it runs and you don't cover and you lose your stock, but you can reestablish the position and do it again. There's some issues of short-term versus long-term, but I think the way to make your money back is to get active. No one here seems to have any understanding of where we are in the stock market. No one can predict the future, but I think we're about, and I've been calling for this for months, and I received no consulting fees from the stock market gods to call it. But I've been saying that when the markets were hitting lows and everyone was scary and they're saying the SPY is going to go lower, I said, no, we're going to go back to highs. And we're going to go to unimaginable highs. We're going to have a blow off top. Other people are saying it now, but I've been saying it for months. I'm not trying to get credit. I'm just trying to say that my sense of it right now is working. And after it goes to those highs, which could be in a month, it could take 9 months. I don't know. My guess, again, would be maybe October, by October. And then we're going to have a crash. I think the markets will lose 95% of their value. Certainly measured against gold, they'll lose that value. But it might be in a spike. It might be in nominal terms as well. And then it's over, Dallas. Then it's over. And then your idea of waiting will cost you a lot of money. So I think you've got at most the next 9 months to try to make some trades, make some profits, and get money into silver, physical silver. But I don't want to talk about that today. We're going to talk about Finger because Finger is the man of the hour. But we'll save talking about that later. But I think it can be very expensive for you to just wait. You've had plenty of opportunities to trade Finger. You've had opportunities to make a profit. You've had opportunities to double down, triple down, and then sell, and you're doing nothing. Anyway, it's fine. You can just do nothing. That's a perfectly fine way of doing it. But FingerMotion, even if they get huge contracts and the world is great, FingerMotion, like all stocks, may have to face the wrath of a bear market, unlike anything you've ever seen. You've never seen one like the one that's coming. We're going to be way up first, but then the bear market is going to be short, I don't know, 2 years. And it is going to destroy. And if you're just waiting, have fun. Have fun with it. I don't think you should be waiting. I think you should have the courage to hit the sell button once in a while. The stock market is equal parts buy button as it is sell button. You have to learn to hit the sell button. I'm not criticizing you. It's the hardest single decision to make. It takes a lot of courage to sell. They are in trouble. Yep. Just the kind of crap that comes up here shows they're in trouble. Look, everyone, they all want, Dennis, they all want to suggest that if I'm paid, then my advice is dishonest or self-serving. That means every time you go to a lawyer, a doctor, a dentist, a mechanic, a barber, a shrink, an educator, that because they're paid, they're manipulating you for their own benefit. It's just it's a false setup. And the fact is that guy is getting paid. That guy gets paid to post. He gets paid to collude with the other people in his group. He gets paid to enter trades from different names, and he doesn't have any money, or it's against a credit line, but he does it through the market makers, and then he's paid to try to suppress it and scare people, and his losses are guaranteed, which is illegal. But the SEC doesn't care about this. Why? Because Fink, Blink, Stein, Kramer, Ruthenstein, Schmidt, Black, they all make money off of it. And the victims are the goyim. And you don't, oh my God, you can't say that. Well, that's what happens. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Anyway, let's leave that alone because you can't win. But that's what is happening. And I don't know how many people it is. I doubt it's more than the entourage of a professional football team. So it's not an entire race or an entire religion. It's just this subset of people behaving evilly. They get paid. They get kickbacks. They're given the documents. They're taught how to do it. They're given money to trade with. When they win, they split 70% to Cohen, 30% to Kramer, and they move on. And they do it over and over and over again. Their legal bills are paid. Their rent is probably paid. So they get paid. But then they come on here and they want you to think that I'm getting consulting shares. That's how everybody, I've received consulting shares in my life. I've raised money, and how the contract comes across is as a consultant. Lawyers put that together, but they want to make it an insult that somehow what I have to do is not really consulting. But that guy you've never heard of before, His advice to you is good. He misrepresents what happened, so you know he's a shill, but he's getting paid. Anyway, the flip side of it is they're in trouble. They're in trouble. Yeah, I'll try not to pay attention. They do make me upset. They do make me upset. I've been following you since before Lou. Wow, Carnegie's painter. I'm sorry, Lou. I am sorry Lou died. I would have liked to meet him someday. Thank you, Carnegie. Someday I'll come up there. I'll see how you do your trim. Do you paint your trim before or after you paint your walls? There's theory on that. What? Jeff? J&M Financial upgraded finger from a hold to buy. Wow, Jeff. In your case, to call you Jeff is not short for Jeff or Jeffrey. I don't know. I'm not very good at spelling, but let's look this up. J&M Financial. J and M sounds like a cigarette. Financial. Research. Finger motion. It'll be behind a paywall. I won't be able to get it. Wow, YouTube. March 25. Lila Max did an interview. That's pretty good. I don't see the research, darn it. That's exciting. That's a much higher target, Jeff, than I would have thought. That's great. Well, on the other hand, the stock was probably 5 when they wrote it. When I came up with my target, the stock was $1.20. So it makes sense. I can't find the research report. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I can't find it. JM Financial. So there's no and. Okay, that's what I screwed up. I should have just put JM Financial. Okay, so let's see. I can't find it. There's no search function. All right, how about up here? I can't find this research. FNGR JM Financial. It appears you're asking information. There's no direct evidence of a relationship between FingerMotion and JM Financial, according to, it's a leading banking firm in India. Ah, Jeff, it's out of India. So that may be where the buying is coming from. India. But having said that, I can't find the research. All right, so let's go to FingerMotion's website. Maybe they have it there. The other thing funny about that guy that just came on, his buddies were calling me a fudster about Finger. They can't decide what to call me. Okay, let me see if they have this research report on investor relations. Maybe under stock data? No. Yeah, I can't find it, Jeff. I believe you. I just can't find the research. Yeah, it's in a very good position. Capybara is releasing. Would you please share your exit strategy? I don't know how to answer that question. I don't own Finger right now, so I don't have an exit strategy. I am thinking about what signal would I get to get into a position, and my best view on that, if people can afford to wait, is I'd wait till Monday to make any decision on getting in. But these are good prices. I mean, the pullback from, it was almost 6 and it's pulled back. If there's a reason for it to be going up, these are attractive prices to buy. But an exit strategy depends on what your goals are. Some people here have waited for 2 years, so they're very patient. Other people come in and trade options. They're not that patient. So a lot of it's about what your goals are, what your temperament is. Are you trying to make are you in it for a short-term trade, or are you in the stock for the longer haul? I wouldn't mind making FingerMotion a position in a portfolio if I can build one for the longer term. So should I ever be able to do that, there would be a portion of my Finger, depending on how the story goes, that I would just hold on to, maybe sell calls against. If you're talking about trading right now, I think until Finger breaks $7, which isn't that far away, by the way. Just let me make sure it's 7. Yeah, right around $7. If Finger breaks 7.25 decisively, maybe 7.50 on volume, to me that's a buy signal, and I would think the stock would be going much, much higher. If there's a short squeeze, the way I would get out of Finger, which I think it has to break through 7.50 with volume to show there's a short squeeze going on. And if the volume is accelerating and the stock is starting to hop, I would use the round numbers and the Fibonacci sequence to put out GTC orders. if the stock breaks seven, let's say call it 750 on volume, there's still a couple of other numbers that it probably has to get through. 9, 10 is a round number, possibly 13, a Fibonacci number, and certainly 17, the previous high. But let's just leave that complication out and just focus on if it breaks out of all of this clutter at 7.5 with a lot of volume, it could really run. And if that is a short squeeze, I would put out orders to sell my stock GTC, and I would just layer orders. If it breaks out on strong volume, I think I would skip selling anything in the teens. You can always do it later. And I would probably skip selling anything in the 20s. And I'd just start right away at 34 or maybe 55 and then run it up from there. If you're trying to get out of it if you're in options, I think you might have missed your chance this week. But you might not have. You don't know. You just don't know. But I think you have no choice but just to ride it out. And if they expire, they expire. If the company were to, I'm not going to define it. Let's just say do a deal, whether it's a JV or some other financial deal. As long as it's not toxic, the price might stabilize for a while, but I think it would be excellent news, particularly if it's a big deal for the stock longer term, and I wouldn't be looking to exit in that case. I don't know if that helps. You just have to come up with your own exit strategy. They range from the simple thing I was taught at Merrill Lynch in training. When the stock doubles, sell a third of your position. And when it doubles again, sell another third. It's just a gimmick. If the stock doubles, maybe you sell half your position. You know, it's up to you. I don't see any reason to sell the stock right now, though. You do take the risk that it pulls back. Maybe it goes back to 3.5. But on the other hand, the move has been so strong. I probably wouldn't be selling right now. I'd much more be looking. I might wait till Monday to get past the options, but I might be looking much more. Do I buy in and do a quick trade? I think if you have a lot of conviction, and that's one thing you have to do, you have to have your own idea of what the stock's going to do. If you believe that the stock is going much higher, this pullback is a great buying opportunity. On the other hand, if you're a trader or a day-by-day trader and you listen to somebody like Lion or others, it might be a better buy at 7.5 with a lot of volume because it's breaking out. You know, I don't know. If I were trading it, I probably, number one, would wait till Monday. And number two, I might establish a position just to be in it now, but I would hold some money in case it pulls back further so I can add, average down. But I think I'd also keep some money on the side so that if it just blasts through 7 and 7.25, 7.5, I think that would mean short squeeze could be in play, and you could get many multiples on your money at that time. That doesn't really answer your question. What would my exit strategy be? Everybody has a different one. Everyone has a different one. I do think you should make sure you get your original money off the table at some point. But if you're willing just to hold the stock, and I think it's a good stock to be able to hold, but like normal time frames, like 5-year time frame, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't be so hard on yourself. There's no correct answer. I don't know who Dirty Red is. Are you saying for us to sell our finger? No, I'm not telling you to do anything. I don't know you. I don't think you're a real person. But no, I'm not saying to sell. I would have sold calls if you owned calls. I've been saying that for the last few days. You got to be careful about the calls expiring this Friday. But calls are different than the stock. You're asking about the stock. And no, I'm not saying to sell. It can have a pullback. Nothing goes straight up. But pullbacks can be very healthy for the move to continue to the upside. And no, I think this breaking of $4 is huge. And I think that's really your downside. Now, they might try to test it again, but I think the stock might have a $4 downside now. So your risk reward, it looks pretty good. But no, I'm not telling you to sell it. So true, sell. I don't remember saying to sell. I really don't. But I guess people hear it the way they want. Ham says to hold for win. Yeah, I think you've been in it this long. You know a lot about the stock. You know a lot about the trading. The one guy that's been following it all along is giving you guidance. I think you can have a win as a short squeeze. I think, in the longer term, at least I believe in the longer term, the stock has an excellent chance to be a win. So the worst case, you turn a short-term trade into a longer-term hold, which is good. But yeah, I don't look, when it was $1.10-ish, I was saying it could double or triple, maybe more. Maybe last week, if I had held it, I might have got, or as soon as Monday, I might have gotten out. But now that it's shown the trades the last couple of days, it indicates to me that it wants to try to go higher. The volume is very strong. $2.38 million. But yeah. Scott's right. The guys are getting paid. They're getting paid. Have a good day, peeps. So this guy just popped up to cause some FUD, and he's leaving to go do it on other stocks. Dirty Red. I've never heard of him before. 440 was a buying opportunity. That's what I was saying. It may be here too. You don't have to get it right at the bottom. And for people who want to add to their position and they believe it's going up, those are only things you can decide. This is a great price to buy more. Great price. A great time to establish a position. My only caution would be maybe you want to wait till Monday and see what they will pick a price on Friday to close the stock, and it could be $4. And if they do it at $4 Monday morning, they could sell it off with margin selling, which would be a huge opportunity to buy, because I think it'll snap right back up if they do that. On the other hand, they may close it at 5 on Friday, or it gets out of control and they close it at a much higher price. The exit strategy is he doesn't have one, maybe doesn't have shares, or isn't planning on selling. Reno, you're a bloody genius. You know that? I've said over the last many days, I don't own Finger. I don't own shares. So it's hard for me to give you my exit strategy because I don't own it. I'm actually looking more for when's a good time maybe to establish a position. But since you're an amateur or you're a professional short, you don't think like that. I may have missed the move from 1 to 5, but if there's going to be a move from 7 to some high number, maybe you get in. And that's, you want to come here and make my advice seem worthless. Okay. Nobody knows your name. Nobody knows your name. You've never been here before. You're a hit and run because you're a criminal. Ham bought 150 shares of GBUX. Yeah, I don't know what GBUX is trading for. But Ham gave you a great idea on GBUX. And so his advice is excellent on GBUX. The stock is $3. I don't know how many times I have to say it, but I think tomorrow is the ex-dividend date for the 10% distribution, the warrant that converts into 10%, 1 share of stock for every 10 shares you have. So they might have to get a deal done tonight. That would shock the market. That would shock the market. Before we need those short shares Finger eaten up. Yeah. Finger, I see this is what to look for. If Finger closes up on the day on high volume, I would call that a key reversal too. So you're just looking for a little data here. 2.38 million. What research report? I couldn't find it. Jeff says JM Financial put out a research report. I can't find it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I just can't find it. Probably it's behind a paywall. That's why I can't locate it. Yes, I think NXC will pop. I'm not talking about it because everybody Finger's the stock that everyone wants to talk about. And I don't want to distract from that. But yes, I believe NXC said nothing's changed. Similar to a lot of the stories like GDC, GBUX, NXC, others. They've already made their announcements. They've already told you what they're going to do. And now all we're waiting for is the completion announcement. The SEC requires CEOs to tell the criminals, hey, this is what we're trying to do, and this is how we're trying to finance it. Then the criminals get to work with their racketeering and stealing and having fun with retail, and they try to bust up those deals. So the stocks become worthless, like MULN or MMAT or the whole list of them. But that's how the SEC has it set up. If you're a good guy, you have to be honest and you have to signal your intention. If you're one of the bad guys, go ahead and crime. Go ahead and do whatever the hell you want. Because our paymaster is Fink, Black, Blankenfield, Rosenstein, the whole group of them. All of these stocks, maybe not the MMAT or MULN, but the other stocks I mentioned, I think they're all going to have their day. And the time to look at them is when no one's talking about them. Everybody wants to be in Finger now because you want to be part of the cool crowd. But by that time, it gets expensive. It gets riskier. If you had purchased Finger in pre-market today, you're losing money. Why? Because it doesn't mean it's a bad trade, but it's just riskier. When you buy it down at $1.10, what's your risk? Very little. But you don't want to. Your brain doesn't work that way. But the risk reward is off the charts. And I would submit to you Nixie's in that position right now. I think the risk, the reward in Nixie is off the charts. With all the news they announced, admittedly, the SEC requires them to announce things before they're finalized. That's the law. So the criminals have a chance to bust the deal. It's how the SEC set it up. But if you assume these things get done, or get done even close to what was announced in the case of Nixie, what's your downside risk? You've got a stock that's trading at a $40 million cap, and they've announced they're going to do $25 million a month in revenues, albeit at a low margin. But man, they say their exit rate on their revenues, it's already been published. Let's say they exit this year at $25 million a month in revenue. That's $300 million a year. FingerMotion does $35 million a year in revenue, and it's trading at 170 market cap, 170 million. So it's trading at 5 times revenue. If Nixie were to get to 300 million, and let's be absurd, it traded at 5 times revenue, that's 1.5 billion. There's 20 million shares outstanding. Let's say it goes to, I don't know, it goes to 30 million shares. I have no idea. You divide 1.5 billion by 30 million shares. I don't know. Is that a $50 stock? But if it doesn't achieve that, and it just does just does a smaller amount, it's probably the risk to the downside in the stock once they announce the finalization of everything they've already announced. The risk to the downside is de minimis, probably. I mean, unless somebody on the board steals all the money, or they find out that Pepsi-Cola patented the name Nixie, and they take them to court, and Pepsi wins a $10 billion lawsuit. I don't know. You can come up with nightmare scenarios. But risk reward, Nixie has very little downside risk. No one's interested. It's boring. That's the time to buy it. Everyone wants to buy Finger because it's up and it's exciting. That's the time to try, take a deep breath, sit on your hands, see if it gives you another time to buy. And it might be, as Lion is saying, Finger might be giving you that buying opportunity now, but it has to fit in with what you're thinking and what your own personal decisions are. I would say that Ham's got a hot hand on Finger right now. So a pullback is probably a good time to buy Finger. Let me see if I can sell my consulting shares. So once I sell them, I'll change my opinion. By the way, if any just tuned in, I never got consulting shares. I'm just referring to a jerk's comments earlier. At what price do you think Finger would settle as the Troy value after the squeeze? There's not enough information for that. If the stock's going up because there's buying out of India, maybe, because they know something we don't know, if that something gets announced and it changes the story overnight, I don't have that information. If it's a squeeze going on, however high it goes, it'll come all the way back down. And your question is, to where? I've been saying for many months now that I think the most critical piece of information we're going to get is the annual report, the earnings for the first quarter. For the fourth quarter and for the year. We should have first quarter coming up too. If the projections show that we're going to have earnings in Finger this year, positive earnings, I think the stock probably is a $4, $5, $6 stock. Well, it's already achieved that, so it doesn't look like much of a call. But I would say that's probably where it would come back to. If there's a big contract that we don't know about, or if there's a big JV that we don't know about, it could come back to $10. It could come back to $15. We just don't know about it yet. If there's a brand new contract we don't know about. According to Jeff, there's a research report predicting $10 a share. And I'd like to see that report. I haven't seen it. But that's feasible. That's feasible. The key is you need the company to be better defined on what it provides. Is it a rapid response rescue vehicle company? Is it a big data company? Is it a telecom? They've already started narrowing their story into 4 units, down from 7. I think that's great. The other thing is if they can start having positive earnings, which are repeatable, predictable, and growing, the stock can start trading up. The market can start discounting future good news to now. So I think Finger's settling price will be higher than where it started this movement. I think $4, $5, $6 is probably where it'll settle out. But I have absolutely no idea what the annual report is going to say, what the management discussion is going to say, what, if any, is the big news that could come. Is there a JV? Is there a big contract? Why are people, perhaps maybe JM Research is out of India? Why are they buying out of India? I don't know any of these things. I don't know. But we'll know more in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I own 7,000 at 284 held for here. I'm in no rush. Well, that's a decision. It's a good decision. If you're not in a rush, my best accounts, particularly early in my career, were at Merrill Lynch, where I didn't tell them to do anything. We just held whatever they had, unless there was a real reason to get out, like bad news or there were a couple of times where you had to get out. Mike Schmidt, former teammate of Pete Rose. I thought this guy Mike Schmidt was the CEO for Nixie. Now he's a teammate of Pete Rose. But it's a perfectly good strategy to hang on for your 7,000 shares. Maybe the stock goes to 28. Maybe it goes to 50. I think it's possible. I do. So Jimmy likes eggs is a shill. So it's a sign that they're in trouble. Did Ham play us again? No, Jimmy, you're the one playing people. Come play me. She was morning and I was nighttime. I one day woke up to find her lying beside my bed. I softly said, come take me. For I was lonely, in need of someone, as though I had done someone wrong somewhere, but I don't know where. I don't know where. Come lately. You are the sun, I am the moon. You are the words, I am the tune. I'll leave it there since it flipped out. I like that. Milvin Lopez has the best advice of the day. If you have time to take a screenshot of your gains, you definitely have time to take profits. It's the best advice of the day. At what price do they announce dividend? $10, $15 price is getting there. Don't know. I didn't know that their dividend announcement was price sensitive. My understanding is they're waiting till the audit's finished, which it should be. The annual report is released. I don't think it's the first item on the board's list, but I know it's an item on their list to reapply for the dividend. I don't think it's tied to the stock price. Might be though. How many shares do I hold? I have 0 shares of FingerMotion, 0. When I started this whole experience, I had roughly 35,000 shares of FingerMotion, which I purchased myself. It's not your business, but whatever. I don't have anything to hide. I think I ran it up to 50,000 shares. If I'm wrong, it's just my memory. It might have been more, might have been less, but roughly that range. And the stock ran. I didn't sell while it was up. I didn't sell. And then other stocks came by. I'm not going to mention their names. You know them. And over time, I swapped out into some of those plays reluctantly, but I did it. And in the short run, those were great decisions. In the long run, pretty expensive. But then about 2 years ago, I still had stock. I still had a lot of stock, but I sold some of the stock to buy options, calls. And I made a lot of money in the call options when Finger ran from, I don't know, it was around $1 something. And it ran up to maybe $5 or $6, $7. And I really made a lot of money. I had to keep rolling and rolling and rolling. But then I pressed my bets, but I did it, I thought, very carefully. I did it in the money calls. I had stock still. And I had in the money calls. I didn't really have anything out of the money. So I was sitting getting coffee. I had my dog. I was sitting outside in the morning, and it was the Friday the options expired. And there was, I think, one position out of the money. I sold those calls, but the rest were all in the money or my stock. And I said, you know, I'll watch it during the day. Well, then I started getting phone calls. Where are you? You need to be at the SEC. Where are you? Are you dead? Why aren't you calling back? And then a woman, I'm trying to arrange that you can meet the filmmaker down at the SEC. Then I got a call from John. Then I got calls again. Where are you? Why aren't you there? You need to be there. Why aren't you there? Are you avoiding it? You got to be there. They're all counting on you. There's people there. You have to get there. They came from out of town. They're flying in just to do the video. You've got to be there. So I scrambled, kept answering my phone. I took my dog back. I took a quick shower. I put on something to wear, and I got an Uber, and I went to the SEC. I went to a coffee shop. No one was there. I had to wait. They were driving around apparently. And then they finally strolled up, and very leisurely, I bought everybody the breakfast items, mostly coffee, as I recall. We sat down. They interviewed me. It took about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Then we walked over to the SEC. We were there another hour, hour and a half, filming, talking, standing around, and it came up to maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock, and they've all flown in. They don't have any money. Nobody has money. I said, what are you doing? Well, we don't. I said, why don't I take you for lunch? I took them to the Dubliner. We sat outside. They're all nice people. It was great to meet them. I paid for lunch. I didn't get home till about 4:15, 4:30. They drove the stock down 2.5 points, as I recall. They exercised, my firm exercised calls I had for being 1 penny in the money. 1 penny in the money. They exercised, I don't know, 80 calls. It might have been more. And then I had another set of calls they exercised. There was a higher one they sold for some reason. They didn't exercise those. So I had a lot of stock in my account that was on margin. I had some other positions. And so Monday morning, I sold the other positions, which were cash positions, to bring my account to 50%, maybe 60% margin. And I called in and I said, look, I think I'm at 60% and I'll attempt to bring in some more money by today or tomorrow. Whoever it was said fine. About an hour later, I looked, they had sold everything out. They just wiped out the account. Because what happened Monday morning is the market, by exercising calls that I couldn't pay for, I called in, I said, why'd you exercise those? I couldn't sell those calls. There was no bid. But you exercise them for a penny? Well, that's your responsibility, sir. I said, yeah, but where's the logic? Anyway, I think they're in cahoots with the shorts, because then the shorts know Monday morning there's going to be a lot of mandatory selling. Even though I called in, the firm sold it off. I think it's all a rigged game. So to answer your question, Mil Vanilla Lopez, they wiped me out that day. I haven't really looked at it because it was crushing, but I think I lost 120 grand that day. And that was all because I urgently, instead of sitting at my desk where I would have made decisions to protect myself, I went to do a movie on behalf of the so-called community. Urgent, has to be done, has to be done. Well, it didn't turn out it had to be done. The movie hasn't even come out. But it wiped me out. And if I learned a lesson out of that, I should have said, no, I've got to stay and look after my own account. Sorry. They can just, I didn't set up the date for the interview. They can just interview somebody else. And in the future, that's what I will do. So Milvin Lopez, I don't have any shares. I got blown out in approximately August of last year. Maybe it was September. I got completely blown out. I don't know how many more times I'm going to have to answer the question. It doesn't seem to matter. People keep asking. I no longer own FingerMotion. I had a large position in FingerMotion, which I paid for. I got blown out. I think unfairly. And I fought it. I think it was total theft. But they write the rules. They write the rules. I don't. So it was very expensive to go get interviewed for that movie. Very expensive for me. And the movie doesn't even come out. And people still bitch and moan about, I spent $100 for the movie. And it makes me cry for them. Really makes me cry for them. God, this isn't fun. I don't know if you notice it. This is not enjoyable. It's boring. The questions are stupid. It doesn't matter if I own the stock or not. Why the F does it matter if I own it? It's probably better I don't. And for advice I give. Well, do you own any? Mm-hmm. And then I get these things, oh, that's William just being a fudster. And then I get oh, he's a pump and dumper. I can't win for losing. Do I know why Finger is dropping a lot today? Yeah, Congress just opened an investigation into FingerMotion's hiring of women. Apparently, Finger doesn't hire enough women. So they've opened an investigation. AOC is launching a lawsuit, and that's why FingerMotion is down Northwest. Thank you for your question. It's currently dropping because who wouldn't take profits at this point? I don't agree with you. you might be a day trader, and day traders may take profits. I think if I had had the money to buy when I liked the stock around $1.10, $4, $1.20, whatever, I may have already sold out, not because I'm a trader, but because I want to own silver, and there's a couple other stocks I think are good to trade. You can sit down and you can say to yourself, of course, I can't find my little whiteboard. Yeah, it's all right. I don't need it. I can just tell it to you. I don't know where it went. You can say, all right, FingerMotion is $4.50. I think it's going to go to X. Or you can ask it a different way. I think FingerMotion is going to go to $45 in the next month? You may well do. You might think it goes to $400 in the next month. But then I've got stock B, stock C, and stock D. Do I think they're going to go up 10x? These are preposterous rates of return, by the way. Preposterous. Hello? Hello?
Hey, Bill, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
You think you checked on me? I'm fucking dying over here.
Where are you?
I just came out of the steam room. I still got these allergies.
You did a Schwartz?
Yeah, I can only go when no one's there.
Well, are you in a towel?
No, I'm walking outside. I'm going home.
Well, I'm live. There's a lot of shills though, so I wouldn't take any questions.
Put the chills on. We're up.
All right, go ahead.
So I posted. I wanted to tell everybody that I'm a naked short seller, and I just make them believe I'm alone. I want to let them all know. I just said, me and Jeff Easton are best buddies, and we were talking about it last night. And then what's his name came over, Kramer, you guys from Yorkville, and they told me, "Can you sell more?" And I said, "Absolutely, I can do all you want." So listen, the shills that come on is so stupid; it's not even funny. So I don't really care. They're all idiots. It doesn't make a difference. Listen, they're dead. Patrick Burns coming back, and we'll have a call with him, and we'll just do what we have to do, and that'll be the end of these characters. Take it easy. They're dead in the water. Doesn't make a difference. Any other questions, William? What do you got? I don't care about the shills.
One guy yesterday said something on the live I've been thinking about all day. I won't say his name, but he said the stock is acting like there's a big buyer out of Asia who might know something. And I was thinking, that really is how the stock is trading. It's professional buying. It's consistent. It's like a bulldozer. It's just going up the hill.
That's how it is, my friends. I told you they're going to come. One of our holders has a family office out of Central America buying it. They run a couple of $1 billion out of Central America, William. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
And they're buying the stock. I told you before, when it goes like this, other buyers step in, and when they see it dip, they stop buying it. That's it. These are professionals.
So you think they're buying to be long against a short squeeze?
100%. And if anybody read the report, someone posted about FingerMotion being like Politaire, PLTR. It's on there. You get a target, I think, at $20 to $30.
Is that JM Financial? JM Financial? I couldn't find it.
I don't know. Somebody posted it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I read it, and I don't know who did it. But
yeah.
We told you a long time ago. Martin told you on a conference call. He said he referred to it as a Snowflake, right? Which is a $55 billion company. Listen, They wrote stories, data is king. You think data went away? Data is the backbone to AI. And that comes from a guy at Oracle. Okay, he told me that. He says, you guys don't understand. Data is the backbone to AI. Without data, AI is worthless, right? So FingerMotion has the data on 1.5 million people. If you want to short, just come out and say, I'm shorting the stock because I think you're jerk-offs, and go away. What do you need to be on a call for? What are you going to tell us? We don't care.
Yeah, it seems like the trap.
Go on the Tesla fucking board and yell at those people. It's up, it's down, go knock yourself out. At least you can make some money with it.
Yeah.
They're trying to create volatility. They can't create it. They can't create it. So where are they going?
Do you think the warrants got fully exercised?
I've heard.
You faded.
Yeah, I don't have,
You don't have the books. You don't have the books.
I don't have anything. Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm hearing every day. I heard one of Jeff Easton's comrades got served by the DOJ. I don't know who it is.
The Toad?
Someone called. I don't know who it is. A guy on the street who does deals said, "Hey, you're going to be happy. One of Jeff Easton's guys got pinched."
I hope it's Sue Lee Young, or
one of them,
or John Howard.
They'll turn on the rest of them. They'll turn on each other. That's what's going to happen. No one wants to go to jail. They'll give them up. That's it. So let them play the game. Listen, if you think, William, I went through, when the stock started going yesterday, I said, you know what? Let me retweet all the photos that we put up. Just to remind the DOJ, the FBI, the president, Devin Nunes, the reporters, that we were whistleblowing for years. And two of the greatest things I saw on there was Mark Bazile standing in front of the SEC enforcement conference with the truck, calling. We had SEC enforcement for dummies book. We put that up there. I mean, think about what we did. Some of the stuff that we did. I said, hey, when are you going to pay William? When are you going to pay us? We were whistleblowing on this crime more than anybody. If they can't figure it out, we should be getting $1 billion, William. So, get a bigger bank account. Whatever bank you have, get a bigger bank, because we're going to get that check soon.
Yeah.
And I forgot the other ones. There were so many good ones. We actually had a picture of Trump on there, Devin Nunes on the truck. We exposed them all. And for the bashes here, and for the people that are here, we called the police 50 fucking times. If we're shams, pumps and dumps, whatever you want to call us, would we call the police? I doubt it, right? Unless
they have me down. They come on some days saying I'm a fudster. Then they come on other days saying I'm a pump and pump.
What's a fudster?
That's a fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I'm like, make up your mind what I'm doing wrong here.
I don't know what that means, but listen, I'm a stock trader. The stock is going higher. They can push it down for an hour, push it down for a day. It doesn't make a difference. It's going higher. I moved thousands of calls from the twos that went to $3 from a nickel. The threes from a nickel with. I don't even know how high they went. The threes went up. People bought, sold those, and bought fives and six for free. One of my good friends owns 2,000 of the sixes, and he put 50,000 in profit in his pocket and has 2,000 calls for free. That's how you play this game, my friends. For all the people on the phone and all the bashers, they have no idea how sophisticated we can be. So again, stop with the bullshit. Go someplace else. We don't care.
So there was a research report. I was going to ask that as something, but you didn't read it.
I did read it. It's on Twitter.
It's on Twitter. Okay, people can go find it there. What else?
I'm going to have a conference call with Pat Byrne. I reached out to him and I wrote to Pat Byrne today. I said, Pat, You never did. You never did crazy shit like this. And I put the thing what we call the SEC assholes. You know, when you're blind, then whatever we said, it's right there. And he wrote back. He wrote back pretty funny. Then he wrote back, "I'm coming back," and he's going to join the fight again.
All right.
So there you go.
That's great news.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So where are they pushing it to? They're trying their hardest to get FingerMotion to be minus a penny today. That's what they're trying to do.
yeah, that's what I said earlier. They want it to close in the red.
Like we're all going to run in panic because they moved it down a penny. Like, who gives a shit?
Now
They think that people are going to cry because the options are going. They think the options are going to go. It's only Wednesday. Go ask the people in the Tesla calls. What's it up? 30 today? Let's see. I think I saw it before. Yeah, the Tesla's going worthless. The calls. It's up 13. It's back to 347 now. Tesla. Oh, those 300s are worthless. They're over $50 today.
You bought 150 shares of GBUX?
I had $520, and I said, let me try to get what I can get. The price kept moving up with me, so I put a bid at 386. And before I could move it to pay 391, they hit my bid.
And that was just nothing else for that. And then did you see all
I
the...
have 30,000. I have 30,150 shares now.
That's a lot. Did you see all the spastic action in GDC?
A friend of mine called me up, who's a big holder. He called me up. I told everyone to start selling it. He was not paying attention, and he got terrible prices. Other people got good prices.
So, all right. Well, anyway,
that's what you get for that's what you get when you sleep on the job.
So, Finger is 2.5 million so far today, which is incredible.
So I watched them, William. They put up a big bid at 470. Maybe it was 80,000, 90,000. And there was 100 shares offered. Okay? 100 shares. And I posted, they're going to wash it. And I told people. And what did they do? Step by step, they washed it, right? That's all they wanted to. Yeah, the 470 bid was for 82,300. And right next to it was another bid for 9,700. And they knocked that bid out. All right. Can you hear me, William?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hold on, I lost you. Hold on a second. And they knocked that bid out.
Right.
I can send you the picture of it so you can see it. We took a snapshot of it because we knew it was going to be a wash.
Wow.
We knew it was going to be a wash. So that's, we saw that. But, so what they do is, for everybody on the phone, if they are short and need to buy some, what do? They put a bid out. We're buying it back. They get another account. They short it to them, right? So now that guy is flat.
You're not coming through. You faded away. You're not there. Now you're there. Did you get in the car? Hello? Are you going back in the sauna? Hello?
Everybody knows that's what's going on here. It's not going away.
We missed a lot of what you said. I guess you could...
I'm sorry. What they do is they wash trades back and forth all the time. And sometimes they wash it and they wash some extra shares. And what do they do with it? They hit the bids with the extra shares. So if they cross 90, 70s maybe they needed 70. The other 20 they turn around and they created it and they just sell it at the market, which they did.
Right.
There's 100 tricks these guys do. 100.
So what's your advice to people who were long calls that expire on Friday in general?
Well, I explained it 75,000 times.
Well, I know.
If you bought the twos, you're in the black. If you bought the 3s, you're in the black. If you bought the 4s, you're in the black. If you bought the 5s, you're in the black till they started pushing it down a little while ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you are nervous, you may not make enough money. You may just panic out now if you like. That's what they want you to do. I think the stock is going to turn and go up. That's what I think is going to happen. But, trading options is like an eternity. Today's Wednesday.
Right.
You got till Friday at 4 o'clock. It's an eternity. Anything can happen. When we bought those calls, I think I described it to William and everybody as garbage calls if you bought them, right?
Yeah, you said that.
The 5s, the 6s, the 7s, the 2s. The 2s were 5 cents when we started. 5 cents, 10 cents. I know people sold them at 2, 2 and a quarter. They went to 3. $5 to $300. What did I tell you to do? Flip them. You could buy the next ones. You could buy the 3s. The 3s went up to $2. So you bought them at a nickel and a dime again. You could have thought you should have profit in your pocket and you should have free calls. I described that trade. I'm sick of even describing it. I could put people on the phone that did it. William, Anna texted me and she did it.
Yay!
She's a housewife.
Yay! I'm glad she made some money.
Everyone got free options. And that's how you make the most money, is with free options. These guys are manipulating the stock. What have I said? The more they sell, the higher it goes. They're dead. Let's take a step back for everybody here. You short 3.1 million shares at $1. The stock is $4.50. You're down almost $4. 4 times 3 is $12 million. Do you have to be a rocket scientist to know that you're dead here? $12 million. And they haven't covered. The option market maker was short 500,000 shares of the 2s, 500,000 in the 3s, 500,000 in the 4s. You don't think he was trying to drive some of it, trying to buy some back, buying the calls back? I do. So that guy took a beating. The real short's taking a beating. He hasn't covered yet, right?
Right.
If he's covering, this stock is going to go up. So he hasn't covered yet. He's sitting here shitting his pants because if he's got a $30 million fund, he just lost 50% of it.
So why is the trading so orderly? It doesn't seem like short covering to me yet, anyway. Or is it? Are you there? Are you there? Hello? Hello? Hello?
So you understand it. And for the shills, those are people that are short. If you go back a year, you can see the volume in there. Someone got short. Let's say someone's short and they got roasted alive. Whether it's 1, 2, or 3 million shares, they got cooked. And Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger always said, hey, playing on the short side is very dangerous. All it takes is one, you get wiped out. Well, someone got wiped out. And you'll see in a little while, someone goes bankrupt, and that's what's going to happen.
Because of Finger?
Say it again?
Because of Finger?
Well, I'm just saying that was in RGC, someone went bust. They always go bust, William.
Yeah.
How many people went bust short Tesla? How many people went bust doing this? How many went this, doing that? Everyone thinks that the shorts make money all the time. They don't. Are you kidding me? The shorts were shitting their pants this morning coming in yesterday from FingerMotion. They decided to do it an attack in the morning, trying to push it down. And what did I say? Hey, you're getting more shares. They showed their colors. Everyone could see who they are now. Even the new people. What are they trying to do, William? New people who paid $4.50, $5. They want to get them to go home as a loser today.
Right.
You just bought the stock. You're losing. That's what they want you to do.
Right.
That's it. There's nothing else to say. That's what they're trying to do. William, how do you feel? You bought 10,000 at 5. It's 450. You stupid loser. That's what they're trying to say.
So are these prices a good price to buy? Add a position, buy a
Well, the
position?
stock was 7. I forget how long ago. The company signed major deals since that point. So you tell me.
Yeah. And I tried to ask you, but I don't think you heard me. How come, if it's short covering, how come it's so orderly, this buying? It seems to be more than just short covering.
There's real buyers buying it.
Yeah.
The shorts are trying to manipulate it. The option guy could be driving up the option prices because they were really firm before.
Right.
With the stock ticking down, they were firm. So that guy was probably trying to buy back some calls, I think.
Right.
You got to remember, he went through 3 strikes. The guy's down. The 4s were $1.4 million. The 3s were 560,000, and the 2s were 500,000. He had a lot to buy back. Did he cover it all? No, but he's out there trying to.
Could Ham describe a scenario with calls as we approach Friday if we own the 5 and 6s and the stock is 530 on Friday?
So you sell your calls at 30 cents. That's what they'll be worth. They'll go to parity. You sell them. The 6s go to 0. You can't do anything about them. They're 0.
Right.
That's it. If it goes to that point, if it closes at $5 and they try to pin it at 5, wear a black suit on Friday because you go to a funeral. That's what we always do for option expiration. Wear black. But they're garbage options. When you buy garbage options, you expect 90% of the time to lose. I showed you how not to lose. If you pay 20 and they're 50 cents, you sell half of them. You got the other half for free. You can't ask these questions when the stock picks back. Because as soon as it starts ticking back, you get nervous. Everyone starts bailing. These people try to scare you out. You got 2 full days to go. Tell me what's negative. Wait, tell me what's negative.
What are the negatives?
Yeah, what are they?
What are the chances the May 6 calls expire worthless?
I'll say 50-50.
Yeah. The hanging above finger is huge. What do you think the market maker will fold to the $4 Sprite? It's a hard question to read. But anyway, I'll start it again. Ham, finger hanging above is huge. When do you think the option market maker will fold on the $4 strike?
I think he's trying to cover. I think some of the option buying back, some of the bids and options was strong before. I posted it before. I said, "Wait, these options are so strong." The stock was ticking down, but the bids were higher. I'm like, it didn't make it. I said, the options always tell you what's going to happen. Somebody was bidding it up. So if he was shorted a nickel, buying them back at 90 cents, someone was standing at 90 cents. You didn't hear me tell you to go buy them at 90 cents.
No. Why is my May 5 call market value 450? I paid 200 for 10 last week.
I have no idea.
I don't know. That's just the market.
That's Chinese.
That's just the market. Ellie has the $3 June 20th calls, which were up a lot this morning. I didn't sell, hoping for more upside next week.
So there you go. There's your answer. You didn't sell because you're hoping for more upside. What you're supposed to do with options, you sell some. If it pulls back, Ellie, let's say they were $2, you sell them. If it pulled back to $1.50, you can buy them back, and you put 50 cents in your pocket or $50 in your pocket, and you still have some calls. That's all. You don't have to stand there like the Statue of Liberty in options. You can trade them. No one's going to bite you. This isn't the Roaring Kitty hotline. We tell you to make some money, move your position around, get your options so that you can trade for free. The stock is a different character. The stock is an option that doesn't expire, right? It's different.
People are saying that GBUX might surprise everybody to the upside.
I don't no idea where it is. I'm not
I don't know. I have it here. I think 310. It's not doing much.
Somebody's been selling the shit out of that. We've been scooping it up for days.
Well,
I had a nice fire down at 260, 270. A good guy buying 30, 40,000.
The dividend is coming this week, so they've got to get the deal done. You would think.
Let's see what happens. I'm doing what everybody else is doing.
What was the high today of Finger? Well, pre-market, I think
it opened. Listen, no one on this phone is probably playing pre-market. So it opened at 5, and it went straight out of the gate. They were pushing it down. Again, who wants less all the time? So it opened up, and they just came in knocking it down.
Who wants less all the time?
Who wants less? Who wants less? Again, they came out of the gate, pushing it down below 5. Is 5 the magical number, William, that breaks their back? You tell me. Do you think there's anything strange about the number 5? What's the number 5 mean? Right?
Number 9.
What's the number 5 mean?
I don't know.
Nothing. If you have a margin problem, the number 5 means a lot, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't, and there's probably a lot of day trading shorts that came in even today or last night.
So it's like Timothy Sykes. They knew they were going to attack. They get all these day trading firms. People, if you like, go take $50,000, go to a day trading firm in your area. You can put the money up and you can go naked short all day long. So what they do is, me, William, and 10 of my friends, we get on a call and they tell us, hey, we'll give you 10,000, William. Get your friends and I need to attack it tomorrow morning at 9:59, all at the same time. Okay. Do we all go out naked short? Because we're allowed to, because we have the market maker exception. And we all went out and blasted it 50,000, 20,000, whatever the numbers were. And then they sit there and they try to cover it back. That's it. There you go. You can go do it. Go to your day trading firm and go do it. When I get to sit down in front of somebody of power, I'm going to make sure that those people get shut down. I also want to get stock loans shut down. Let's change the conversation, William. How come everyone's posting all the shares that you can borrow? You ever see that, William? The pictures up there on Twitter? They got pictures of people putting up what's available at Interactive Brokers, right?
Yeah.
It's always 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000, 7,000, 14,000. Isn't it strange how it's never 5,325 shares or 4,532? But does everyone always have a round number? Everyone always has their numbers are rounded up?
Yeah.
What I think is these guys are just making up the numbers. I think stock loan is completely fraudulent.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, everyone has 10,000 or 30,000 to sell. No one has 30,200 or 32,450 shares. If you're going to lend 30,000, why don't you give them all your shares, right?
Yeah.
Never go look at it. I look at it every day. It's never one time have I ever seen that. It's all fraud. They make it up. Every time you turn around, there's another 25,000. Where are they coming from?
It's a river of money, as Patrick Burns
say.
It's a river of money.
It's a couple of guys on Staten Island. Go ask Johnny Tobacco how fraudulent it is. And ask Johnny Tobacco to give up the names of the people he knows that are crooks.
He won't because he's one of them.
He knows. That's exactly right.
Is Monday the day they are required to buy the shares to cover their options in the money? They take care of a lot of that Saturday.
Yeah.
And they settle up in the account. The only thing that happens on Monday is if there's not enough money or assets in the account, they have to take action. It's the only thing that happens on Monday. All right, so the question.
Listen, I I think there's massive news coming in FingerMotion. People are at the conference all said the same thing. Martin said no comment when they asked him about pending deals.
Right.
Usually companies say the same thing. We don't comment on rumors. We don't do this. No comment. So everyone get the feeling that something's coming.
Yeah. I remember you said it on this call. You said, I don't know, 7 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, that you were told you were going to be a hero. But
Really? I don't remember.
I know it. I remember you said it, but you didn't say what. No, they didn't tell you what. But anyway,
That's just
that's
what I want to be. I don't know. I want to be a hero. I don't want to be a hero. I want my money. I want to go on with our lives, and we want to move on. Me and William have 100 opportunities that if we sat down with people, we can make a lot of money. We're giving you our time. We're trying to help you out. You don't like it, hang the fuck up. Anyone who's a bad shit, go fuck it. Yeah. They're trying to steal everyone's money on this phone. If
they
you want
still
stuff,
do
you
it.
stop.
They still do it. They still.
Listen, I sold Apple the other day. All right?
Mm-hmm.
I went on Apple's board, and I tried to convince everyone I sold 720 shares of Apple, and you got to get out. The phone suck. The CEO's a scumbag. He fucks little girls. I said everything you can. I was there for days. I'm like, what am I doing for? Didn't I sell my stock? What am I going to waste my time doing this for? I'm giving you an example of what these people are doing. They're sitting here, and all they're trying to do is get you to sell. Why would you waste your time? Life is too short. You're going to sit here and waste your time? But wait a second. If someone's going to pay me $500 a day and I have no job, I'm going to go on this board and write it all fucking day. I'll write anything down. What do I care? It's freedom of speech, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you have. So people, when you see someone trying to tell you to get out of a stock, whatever stock it is, it doesn't mean any stock. Why are they telling you? What do I care what you do? But they care about what you're doing. So next time someone's telling you to do that, say, do me a favor, you come over my grass. There's some brown spots on my grass. Why don't you go take care of that for me? Put it on my fucking garbage bill. Idiots.
Idiot. It's for you.
That's your fucking line. That's right. What else you got? I got a good story for you. I got a guy who owns a lot of stock. And you know what he said to me? And it's just amazing. He's owned it for 3 years. Very wealthy. Big time guy. He says, how come there's so much supply?
They all ask that. Who's selling? Why is it down?
I had to bang my head against the wall. I says, are you kidding me?
It's because we all still believe in the system. The system sucks. There is no system.
There is no system. Someone is selling counterfeit shares, flooding the market with counterfeits. Go call up the Secret Service and tell them, hey, I got a $100 bill. I'm going to put it in my copy machine. I'm going to make 1 million copies of it. See how fast they come to your house.
Yeah.
Over here, you can do this here. No one says anything. I don't understand how.
Yeah.
These allergies are brutal, man.
GBUX is starting to run. Yeah.
Where is it?
Well, he said 376. I see 346. It's up 50 cents.
That stock has been. I put up a post, William, before. I'm trying not to be. Anybody remembers Marty Feldman? His eyes went both ways. I can't watch both of them all day. And I put up a post and I just looked. And GBUX was sold down 26 days in a row. Not 2 days, 26 days in a row. And I'm like, who's rushing to sell it? Who doesn't want a 10% dividend? No, I got it. If the stock is going down, you want to get it, I got it. But 26 days in a row, the stock has definitely got a bigger shortfall now. And they're sitting here and they wanted this thing down at all costs. So now they're just going to be short 10% more, which is okay. Those people are smart people. They know what to do.
I think I don't think, maybe it was Gene Wilder that said it. Nice knockers.
Yeah, Gene Wilder said that. That was in Young Frankenstein.
Young Frankenstein. He said, walk this way. No, this way.
Every time he says Brunhilde,
the horse
the horse would yell, that means glue factory. That's what it means. Everyone said that's what it meant, glue factory.
What a stupid movie.
Wait, you kidding me? I watch it all
the time. In Family Guy, they have a knockoff of it, and the one guy says to the other, "You created a living monster, and you created a man." Anyway,
what else we got here? Come on, let's pick up
Silver Streak with Gene Wilder.
Oh, Silver Streak, yeah.
Pryor was great when he was in the jail,
right.
Trying to act tough. There aren't any.
So if you shorted FingerMotion this morning at $5, $4.90, it's $4.50 something now. What are you doing? You're gonna sit here and wait for what? Where are you going? You shorted 20,000 shares that you can't borrow. They gotta buy it back. You can't. There's no shares to borrow. The cost to borrow, I think, is 300 and something%. Where are you going?
Yeah.
Even if you're short a day or two, right? If you're short a day or two, it's still going to cost you 30 cents. What the hell would you do for? Go someplace else. I'm just trying to show you the people on the other side of this coin, other side of this trade are morons. It's just not worth it.
No. Hopefully
Hurry up, Willie. Let's go short this stock. What's going on? Hey, Jeff Easton short 260 million. How do you know? It's all over the place. Oh yeah, let me go short 10,000 shares with them. But wait, he's getting slaughtered here. Oh yeah, I want to join. I want to jump on the Titanic. Get me in. I'm in. I want the chance that if I'm wrong, as Jeff Easton gets bought in, I could lose myself $200,000-$300,000 trying to make $2,500. Think about that. And people, you think short sellers don't trick their friends to go short stocks? I watched them do it. I watched the trader on the desk who was short. He needed people to sell it. He was on the phone telling his friends to short it, and he was buying it because he needed to cover. How's that one? I watched the guys do it. So he needed to cover 100,000. So he got 10 friends to go out there and short 3,000, 5,000, and he was the buyer. They go, who's buying it? He goes, I don't know. It was him. How's that one?
GBUX is 375. Tomorrow might be the day.
I don't know how they would short it. They're out of their minds. They have no respect for anything. No matter what a public company does, everyone's always attacking the public company as though they're the criminals, right?
Always.
Oh, the company. It's always that.
It's like the Democratic Party with racism. They're always attacking.
That's exactly what it's like.
It's like they're.
So William, my puppies have destroyed the couch. Actually moved the cushion, eating through the cushion, and the spring of the couch is coming through. We have a little ottoman. They ate the whole bottom of that. One of them bit my nose. I put a Band-Aid on it because it was bleeding. Then my grandson pulled the Band-Aid off and gave me like a skin burn on the other side of my nose. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Out of control.
They'll be 3 soon. It'll calm down.
Ah, they were crazy. Anyway, it's all good. I want to bring him down to you. You can watch him a few days. I'm going to take a break. Instead of get up at 5 o'clock in the
Will a whale jump in at any point to
Whales
goose
are buying
this?
it. Listen, people, they're buying it. I keep telling you that. What do you want me to give you their names? Give me a break. There's 3 million around to buy. I think it's at JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. One of the shareholders knows someone at Morgan Stanley confirmed the order. They won't tell them what they're doing, though, but the order's there. He confirmed it to me. What else can you say?
They haven't covered GBUX. The problem is, how long will they kick that can down the road? Well, the dividend due date, or whatever it's called, my brain's not working, is tomorrow. So they got to get that deal done if the guy wants to get his 10% dividend.
This guy wrote champion NBA finger projection 10 to 22 even without a squeeze, but the money will cause a massive squeeze, blah, blah, blah. It's the most overlooked tech opportunity in the market. It's on Twitter. I'll retweet it. You can see it again. I'll make it very easy. Read this on FNGR. All right, I just put it back up. If you're on Twitter, just go look. It's right there.
And what's your call letters?
Some dumb fuck. Ham, naked shorts. One word. Ham, H-A-M, naked shorts. S-H-O-R-T-S.
I'm sure they can't find you by just searching finger.
Yeah, just find finger. You'll see 900 posts. I did 300 posts today. I've taken every sinus medication, cough drops, tea, water, this, that. The cough just gets brutal at night, boy. Oof, stuff.
It's probably...
I thought about getting on a plane and going to Arizona or something. Just go sit in the desert. But I can't sit on a plane that long. That's the problem.
Go sit in your pool underwater for 15 minutes.
My pool's closed.
It'll be all over.
But, yeah, so it's all good. Anyway, what else we got?
No more questions.
Let me stay on with you for 2 more minutes, and then I'll jump off.
All right.
Fingers 356 to 357. They pushed it down to 438. Get it down. And now they're trying to cover it back. Big deal. What did they do? The stock's still up on the day.
Yeah, they weren't able to do it.
Right. GBUX is 362 to 386 on 106,000 shares. They tried everything. I think it's 28 days in a row. You can go look at it. Go to barchart.com, and you can actually see the actual each day, the pattern down every day.
Yep.
My brother always says even a shitty stock has an update. I guess we're closing up, and we're both going to have 2 stocks that are up on the day. And you know what, people? If you're nervous, listen, if you go to a casino and you make a bet, you can't take your money off the table. In the stock market, you can. So don't be afraid. No one's holding you from stopping you from selling. If you're nervous, you sell. That's just how it goes. Believe me, I've taken major losses, and it hurts. I got it. I've taken losses sometimes where the stock has rallied back after being down. I got out, and then it goes crazy. I've seen every combination. That's what happens in the equity market. That's what you're supposed to do what you can. Be smart. You can trade around. You bought 1,000 shares. If you bought 1,000 shares of Finger at $1.25, it was there forever. And it goes to 5. You could sell 500. If it pulls back to 4, you can buy it back. No one's going to yell at you. William's not going to yell at you. He's going to applaud you. Say,
Most of the
nice
time.
money. Excuse me?
Most of the time, I'm not going to yell at him.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but we all say the same thing. Good for you. Do what's your best for your family. You have to feed yourself. I remember I had to sell 1,000 shares of Finger because my tooth fucker fell out. And I couldn't get the dentist How am I going to pay for it? What am I supposed to do? Get it? What am I supposed to do? I had to do it. I didn't have any money. Which I still owe the dentist money, by the way.
I told my psychiatrist that I had suicidal thoughts. Now he makes me pay up front. I get no respect.
It's a tough game. And when I told people to buy those calls at a nickel and a dime, I did it for a reason. It's very little money. You had a lot of upside, very little downside, and that's why I brought it to your attention. No other reason. I wasn't the option seller. I didn't buy the options. I lost last time in the options. I didn't have the money. But I helped a lot of good people.
Good.
A lot of good people.
And I love that Anna made money. I love that.
She texted me and told me. She thanked me.
I love it that she made money.
When you can play for free, there's no better feeling. You can go home. You don't have to worry about it. You got options. You don't have to worry about option expiration. You don't have to worry about anything. It's very different when you're playing for free. Hold on a second. Come on, boys. Who wants a treat? Who wants a treat? Well, that didn't work, William. Come on, boys. Nope. I think I could get the bag and shake it. But again, playing for free, you got a clear head. You can do anything you like, right? There's nothing better than doing that. And a lot of people have done that, and I'm glad for them.
So on GDC, do you think that was it? Or does it mean...
I have no idea why it went up. No one told me anything. I don't know. Hold on a second. Boys, come on. There they come, William. That's how you get them. Shake a bag of rocks. But no, I don't know why.
Yeah.
But I did tell everybody I posted, get the fuck out. I have no idea. You got your opportunity. You got to be awake. I told you, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to sit in front of a screen. Life's too short.
Yeah.
I told you we lost a shareholder last week, a week and a half ago. Now I have to help his widow. I'm watching his finger position and his GBUX position. I had him average down before he passed his finger motion. His average was 5. I got him down to 325.
Wow.
He was buying stock at $1.20. What do you think? I said, sell that, sell your AMC. He did that. He bought, just like you said, Wayne, sold his AMC.
Yeah, good.
He took a loss. I think he has 180,000 shares of $2 now.
Wow. Wow.
So he went from being down everywhere to he's up 360,000. GBUX, he owns 70,000 shares, probably $1.25. And he passed away. So
what do you think his exit strategy should be, other than, on a as a pallbearer or whatever?
Unfortunately, his wife has me making the call.
Yeah.
So, listen, I think that, if he wanted to sell it, he would have sold it before. He had the opportunity to sell GBUX twice, and he wanted to stay for the gusto. And so I'm going to do what he said that he wanted to do. I'll just stay with it.
Yeah.
That's why I keep trying to tell you people, these creatures that come on here, listen, I'm not a violent guy. I'm not a nasty person. But when they're trying to steal your money and they're blatantly trying to do it, good Lord, you got to get rid of these people. Go do it someplace else. Don't try to come on and try to discredit us or hurt people. We're not here to do that. You can do whatever you like. No one's bending your arm.
Yeah.
When we hear something, I tell you about it. Would you not rather hear it? I worked on a trading desk. If anyone heard anything, I wanted to know about it. It's my decision what I want to do. People hear things. That's how Wall Street works. You ever see the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal? Boeing's going to do this. Sources say. They say it all the time. How are you fucking making a decision? They said sources say. People close to the situation. All this stuff. It's inside information.
Yeah.
So when we hear something, people talk. The FingerMotion in China, I don't know how many people work for the company, but if a Chinese guy hears something, his cousin, he walks out and tells him, what do we know? I don't know. Then it goes to someone in Hong Kong, and then we hear about it. And I got to tell you, most of the stuff we hear is on the nose. And if we're pumpers, we're the worst at doing it.
I just get upset with them. I wish I didn't, but
Oh, stop with these people. Listen to them. There's nothing to get upset about. You're alive. That's all that counts. So, William, I went to take a steam. Everyone will get a kick out of this. And I just like to hit the ball for 20 minutes, even though I don't feel well. So let me just hit the ball just to loosen my arm up. I just love it. I do it every day, just a little bit. There was a kid there about 17 years old. He knows who I am. Just hit the ball hard at me. I hit him. First shot, I hit him in the neck. I was like, I can't do it anymore. I almost knocked him out.
Poor guy.
I left. The poor kid's neck was all red. Is he okay? He goes, yeah. I walked away. I was pissed off because he ruined my practice.
Poor guy.
But, I go for the steam. I have to go in the afternoon because I don't want anybody to hear me coughing and hacking in the steam room.
That's my favorite workout. Go to the steam room.
Thank God I was the only person there. But I do it. I have to go at 2:30, 2 o'clock. There's no one there. That's when I have to run out. People always say to me, where did you go? I'm sorry. I was dying. I had to go do it. I'm just trying to get rid of these allergies. I can't do it. But I'll tell you what, it's tough. If you're not in shape, boy, this is tough. What else? Are we closed yet, William? I guess we are.
Yeah, we're closed, and not much happened on the day.
All right, so it looks. I just see what I see. GBUX 375, FingerMotion 457, up again. What was it? Up 20 cents? I don't even know what the hell was up.
GBUX was up a lot, 81 cents.
So GBUX is up 81 cents. William, that number is close to 4 million shares short now.
Wow, and it could all go tomorrow.
I haven't been on top of it because I'm concentrating on FingerMotion right now. But again, I'm trying to juggle both. I had $507.
Look at that. They couldn't close finger in the red, but in the aftermarket, they have it down 27 cents right now.
Yeah. You know how long it took me to explain that to people?
Because they don't have it. They're bullies in the aftermarket.
A guy told me, he goes, they're killing it. I go, what happened? He goes, 2,000 just traded down 30 cents.
Killing
oh,
it.
God, please. Go to bed. Leave me alone. They just don't understand it, I've said it 1,000 times, William, right? What do? In the aftermarket, that's where the crooks play. Free market, aftermarket. My favorite, because I get up at 5 o'clock every morning, is the pre-market trades. Where there's people trading. I don't even know anybody who can play in the free market, and yet there's trades going off early in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. Come on back here. There's early in the morning there's trades. Who gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning to sell 100 shares of stock?
Who goes to bed before 4 o'clock in the morning?
Who's doing that at 4 o'clock in the morning? Let me sell 100 shares of stock. Who does that? I don't know anybody who do that.
The funniest thing is what I've noticed, everybody wants these huge returns, including we get addicted to it. But man, 100%, 200%. That used to take 7 years to get a 200% return. Now you get it in a week.
I used to be the biggest, fastest trader in the West. I buy something at 30, I sell it at 30 3/8, make my 37.5 cents times 3,000 shares. I walk away with $1,000. Boom, to the next stock. Make 50 cents on 1,000 shares, 500. At the end of the day, you say, well, I chipped away, made seven good trades, 2 bad ones, and you know what? I'm up 2,400 for the day. What's worse? What's bad about that? I go home flat. I don't know who the CEO is. I don't give a shit who does what. I know nothing. That's what I used to do. Now it's a different world. Now I wanted to get into buy a stock and hold on to it because you can see what happens when people buy Apple and NVIDIA and they think they have the edge, right?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do. Just go play ball, come back home. My stock's up 50 cents, 30 cents. I'm not looking for a stock to go from 5 to 500 in a minute. I'm willing to sit. But when they started attacking it with the naked shorts and all this stuff, all right, I said, I'm ready for the fight. I'm so fucking crazy. You're not going to get rid of me unless I drop dead. So I'm here. And I believe the game is over. A lot of people tell me it's just a matter of when you're going to cash out now. We did all the work. It's done. They're exposed. Everyone knows about it. And for those who don't know, GameStop did this little wiggle too. It didn't go 375. I bought it 375, and then it was 180, 200. It didn't go like that. It went up, it went down, it went up, it went down, it went up and down like a yo-yo. And then eventually started to grind higher. They all do the same thing. You have your moment of doubt. You sit there and you say, oh my God, it's never going to go, never going to go. Now a little bit. Maybe I should take some profit. Then boom, it just goes. If you don't believe me, go back and get the GameStop data. Go back to February 8, 2020 and go look at the trades. Up, down, up, down, up, down. People, we don't just buy stocks and they go straight up. Oh my God, I bought it and went straight up again. Doesn't happen. Look at GBUX. I bought it, went up, straight down, straight up, straight down. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. But one day I'm going to get the final run, and that's what I was waiting for. You can't buy a stock, and every stock you buy, have people tell me, oh, it's a bad company, it's a bad... What does everybody know about these things? We just started talking about it. We don't even know what's going on. I said it was going to be a big deal in 2025. Well, it's getting close to being a big deal, right?
Yeah.
It is a big deal. It went from $1 to 10.
Well, yeah, you gave everybody basically a 10x right in the middle of the trade.
Right. And I didn't take it because I wanted to stay for the home run swing. You don't hear me crying about it. Oh, I should have sold it. Oh, I'm an idiot. But I decided to stay.
Can both things be right?
Hey, MLS, yeah, they can. MLSS, I paid $1.01, right? I told you I did it. It went to 65 cents. It came back up. It ran to $1.30. I sold it. I said, you know what? I'm going to move on. I made my 20-something cents. I turned it into a plus, and I walked away. Do I think the company's a good company? Yes. Why does the stock never go up? I don't know. And that's what I did. I moved on. And that was a classic example of how I just moved on. And everybody, I wanted to make dollars, but I only made 28 cents or 29 cents. So that's what I did. Then I took the money and I bought more FingerMotion at that time at $1.20. Did I do the right thing, William?
I don't know.
I sold that at $1.30. I took the money and I bought FingerMotion at $1.21. Where is it today?
Yeah, you did the right thing. You did the right thing.
I bought what I believe is going to work. Again, we all want to buy it and go up in a minute. I got it. But it doesn't work like that.
Well, and that's one thing a lot of people don't seem to have. You've got to make your decision on what you think the stock is going to do. Doesn't mean you're right, but you take all the information. Ham, in this example, believes Finger is going to go up and buy a lot. So he knew that he wanted to take his profit, buy more Finger. If you don't have a theory, a thesis, you don't know what to do.
Yeah, you can't run down the street like a drunken sailor. You don't know what you're doing. You got to have some idea what you're doing.
Yeah.
Why did I buy Finger? You know what people say to me? Is this a Chinese company? I said, how many times are they going to tell you it's not a Chinese company? You know? How many times can I say, is it a Chinese company? No, they do business in China. Starbucks does business in China. If you go to China and go see how many Starbucks, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Nike stores, they're all over the place. Walmart, everybody does business in China. FingerMotion does business in China, and they're a Chinese company. It's so strange.
Do you know, I just listened. China now has a maglev train that can go 600 miles per hour.
Listen, my son's been showing me stuff on China.
Yeah.
Their electric cars are beautiful. A friend of mine was in China. He told me you have to see their electric cars. They're beautiful. Google them. You'll see them.
And when I get on Amtrak, I can't even walk down the aisle without being shaken one way or the other. And the toilets stink, and it's awful.
Everything is disgusting. China, I'm telling you, I love China when I go there. They are more capitalist than we are. Trust me.
Well, they work hard. They're not on Twitter all day or TikTok or whatever it is.
Right. I went to see FingerMotion in 2018 when they were doing graphics for video games. I had no interest in it because I don't play video games. I had no interest. And then they came out with the top-up business. I said, you know what? I'm interested in that. And that's what got me started. But I actually went to the town where they showed the video, and the people in them sitting in the room, there was 75 people drawing graphics for games, video games. And they stay, and they get paid a lot of money to come up with the game and the graphics. And they don't stop. Like, people sleep there because they have to get these games done in a certain time. Like, they'll put $50 million into a game. Everyone works, gets a bonus if they stay and do what they have to do. So there were young people there just working all day, drawing, graphic, whatever the hell they were doing. It was fascinating, but I had no interest in me. Meanwhile, video games are the biggest things in the world. Yeah. But, as someone that's older, what interest do I have in it? Anything else before I go inside?
I mean, impossible.
My cough drops, my medication, shower, routine 3, take a nap, get back up. My voice sounds pretty good today. I was dying before. Someone told me you were on last night. I said, I can't talk. I was coughing. I said, get out of here. I can't do it. I try to do calls, William. When I see something, I try to just jump on it and go, I can't stop you in the middle of the day. You're going to do something to the doctor or I can't. I just go. I do it for 10 minutes. Again, these fucking dogs. Excuse my French. Come on, hey. Let's go. I have a big yard, and they run to the back, and I don't want to. There's a groundhog back there, and I don't want to go get in the middle of that. There come these 2 idiots now. I wish I could film them running around for you.
They'll grow up. You better.
They're all full of mud. Now I got to clean them. The whole thing's a pain in the ass. But at night when I sit down, they sit with me, and you know what? They're great dogs. What are you going to say? That's what it's about. Anything else? Because I'm done. I'm tired.
No, there's nothing else.
If I felt better, I'd stay on, but I don't feel that great.
All right.
Anyone have any suggestions what to do with allergies? How to fix it? Let me know. Which city should I go to? Should I climb a mountain? What do I have to do to stop it? I got to do something. Well, I take 15 showers a day, William.
What's that? Clarisol? Claritol?
Claritin.
Take that.
I've been taking Mucinex. I've taken Zytec, all these stupid things. Mucinex seems to work the best. It dries you out. But then the cough is...
How about a Vicks inhaler?
I do Vicks on my chest every night.
But those inhalers, maybe.
Oh, I won't. The inhalers, I put the stuff on your chest. I do it every night. I do the inhalers, it's all that. I need to dry it up. That's what has to happen. Anyway, thanks, everybody, for the medical advice.
Maybe a sauna. Well, somebody said here ginger root.
Ginger root. What am I supposed to do with it?
I don't know. Take her out on a date.
But hopefully this will be over. I seriously thought about catching a plane and going to Arizona. I've been invited to go to Singapore. I just can't sit on a plane for 20 hours. I can't do it. But I don't know if I can handle 5 hours of flying to Arizona. Or, someplace dry. Just go sit outside for 3 days. And hopefully it gets better. But anyway, I'm going to go play a video game with my son. He likes to play the video baseball game. I'll do that. And while For anyone who understands these video games, I was playing with my son the other day. Wait a minute. I'm the pitcher. We go back and forth. He's the batter. I'm pitching. I fell asleep in the middle of it. He's looking at me. You going to pitch the ball? I was out cold. Because you're going to pitch it? I was okay. I forgot. I was sound asleep. But anyway, listen, everyone. Have a great night. We'll get them tomorrow.
All right.
And listen, options is an eternity. Look how long today was watching it, right? It's an eternity. If you're nervous, you can get out. That's just, listen, there's no guarantees you make money on every trade. If you're up a little bit, you're nervous, you can sell them. You're not going to change the course of the stock. I just hope that it would go. The stock is ready to go. And you know what? The bad guys came out here and sending a message, we're not ready to fold yet. Okay, well, we'll get you tomorrow. No big deal. We'll see you on the same battlefield tomorrow.
Yeah.
Listen, you got your choice. Would you rather be short or would you rather be long? Flip a coin. You tell me. Give me the reasons that you want to be short at $4.54, whatever it's 57, versus being long. You know what? Sit down yourself tonight and you figure it out. Write it down. Say, okay, these are the pros and cons. The cons to me are that people are impatient, and the pros are that it's insane to the upside. And you can list 40 things off of that. Anyway, people, I'm going.
All right.
Have a great night. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah, Mitchell and who else? Yeah, the thing they did is they drove the stock down on Friday, but then Monday morning they drove it further. So they liquidated my account. I don't know what time it was they did it. 10:30, 11:30, I didn't know. So, and then of course it all rallied back Tuesday, Wednesday. Anyway, they didn't give me a choice to bring in money. Anyway, it's just one of those things. I was in a bit of shock. I was in a bit of shock when it happened. And all you can do is carry on. Oh God, all of the stuff. I didn't. I'll try to get these ideas to him. I'll try to get all these ideas to him. Finger is down 2 cents, so it's not terrible. GBUX had a good day, so maybe tomorrow that'd be great for those of you who have it. Song she sang to me, song she bring to me, words that rang in me, rhyme that sprang from me, warmed the night, and what was right became me. You are the sun, I am the moon. Woo! Wow. Qatar deals to generate 1.2 trillion. Wow. That's a pretty good salesman. Bonds and bullion battered, stocks scattered. Well, there's not a lot of news. There's all sorts of crap about P. Diddy, which I don't care about. I don't want to read it. But that's, yeah. You are the sun. I am the moon. Play me. RFK Jr. goes nuclear. Oh, this woman. Oh, God, this woman. I don't even want to read it. She's terrible. I just look one more place. I don't see any real news here. You are the sun, I am the moon. Play me. Play me. Song she brings to me. Song she sings to me. There's no really interesting news, so we'll go back to questions. You are the sun, I am the moon. You are the words, I am the tune. Play me. Yes, I was thinking that too, Skinny. I watched some of his speech over in Saudi Arabia. I couldn't help but think if were still friends with my friend, if I'd be there or not. It would have been nice. But he gave a great speech. He was very warm with Mohammed, Prince Mohammed, who will be king. And I would equate that because of how masterfully he handled it and how sincere he was. I would equate that with FDR meeting the prince's grandfather, King Abdul Aziz. How long ago? World War II, just before Yalta. So that's, I don't know, 80 years ago. I think in history it'll go down with that kind of effect, because my experience of Saudis but other Middle Easterners, they really are, in this case, men of their word, and a lot of it's a connection. And I think because Trump was very listened and cared, his lifting of sanctions against Syria, I can't imagine a smarter, braver thing to do. Rubio was sitting in behind with a sort of pissed off look on his face. I don't know why, but I think Rubio's a neocon. And So anyway, Skinny, what I was thinking is we have Trump now, but what are we going to get next? AOC? And I don't think Rubio will be a Trump. I don't think JD Vance will be a Trump. But then I thought of something today because I watched a little bit of the hearing. You know who could be a Trump? Is RFK Jr. RFK Jr. could be a Trump. And that could continue the transformation that America needs to make. It's not hard for America to be great again. We have to start keeping our word, standing for what our values are, and admitting where we were wrong and changing it. And right, RFK was pointing out, they were asking him about China moving ahead with therapies and drugs ahead of us, and he said, you know, in China they don't have DEI, they don't have the cost of DEI. But that's the road we're determined to go down, which we believe, I don't know based on what studies, but we believe if we put women in equal positions only at the top, not in the ditches, not in the tunnels, not on the farms, not on, just at the top. Just make sure women are at the top in higher quantities than men. We are certain that will make our country better off. And that's our experiment. I don't know. Maybe it works out. I don't know. No one knows. But that's our experiment. They're not making that same experiment in China. Fly me to the moon. Siemens is shifting back to the United States. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. No, you don't have to donate. It's my stupidity. My stupidity to have been peer pressured into going to work on that movie. I should have said, well, there are two things I could have done. Instead of racing over there, and then I never had a chance. I brought my now, yeah, I brought it with me. I never had a chance to sign in, but maybe I should have just sold everything. I don't know. It was everything that could go wrong went wrong. It was the maximum pain, and the market's like that sometimes. It's like it has you in its crosshairs. Last thing I needed, the first thing this morning, was for you to walk out on me. Well, one thing about Biden, if he were in office, we wouldn't have any more oxymoronic Trump and truth. We'd have the certainty of Biden and truth. That'd be one thing. We'd know with Biden and truth, they go together. It wouldn't be like Trump and Truth Social being oxymoronic. We'd have Biden and we'd know that everything he said was truthful. The Biden administration claimed to have added almost 400,000 jobs from July through September of last year. New data released this week. None of those jobs ever existed. But you know, the good thing about Biden and truth go together hand in hand. Trump and truth, oxymoronic. I like RFK Jr. So do I. So do I. The Democrats have moved to the extreme left. Unfortunately, Skinny, they've been overwhelmed by, for a safer word, by womanism. And as a group, and a huge generalization, I don't think women think all that clearly right now. Anyway, their agenda is some war on the patriarchy, which I don't really see. Is there a patriarchy? If there were a patriarchy, how come 65% of all legal degrees are women? 65% of all medical degrees are women. How come the majority, 60, I think it's 65, maybe it's slightly less, of all degrees, undergraduate degrees, are women? How come all courts? Did you see this woman? No, not that woman. That's Selma Hayek. Let me see if I can find it. I think I know where it is. Here it is. Here's the woman. Here's the woman. Do you think she has some privilege? Do you think she has some privilege that men don't have? The average man, anyway? Anyway, here's the headline. California lawyer Sarah King sentenced to 21 months for stealing $9 million. 21 months. Do you think if a man did that, he would get 21 months? Do you think she had privilege? She stole $9 million. She's an attorney. And she got 21 months. And there's a patriarchy? I don't know, guys. I think there's some screwball going on in our, and it's fine. We're going to do it. After Trump goes, we're going to keep doing it. But are we going to be able to keep up with China? Are we going to keep up with the Middle East? Are we going to keep up with Russia? Why should we worry? Why should we worry? We already know it's going to be better. Colby, I couldn't agree with you more. I can't stand RFK's stance on Israel. I don't know why it's so bad. I don't know why Trump's stance on Israel is so bad. I think part of the problem, oh, you're going to say that? Yes, I am. The press is controlled by BlackRock. BlackRock is run by a Jewish guy who may have or not have a little bit of agenda going on. But anyway, the press and the media don't tell us. They don't talk about what's happening in Palestine. Where is AOC as children and women are getting killed? She went down to the border with a fake picture claiming that women were in cages because of Trump and children. It was really Obama. And she happened to be taking a picture in front of an empty chain link fence. But where is she on Palestine? AOC. She's got big boobs and a smile, and she was pretty once, and she claims everybody wants to go to bed with her, and she can get the cameras. But where's her courage? Where's her moral stance? And she's going to run for president. But I agree. I think partly there's not enough information here. I also think it's complicated and people just go on about their lives. There's a video out of a young woman who was an Israeli soldier, and she shot a boy. She killed a boy. And when she talks about it, she's laughing, she's giggling. I'm not enough of a observer to know, but to me, the point the person who put the video up was trying to make is here she is laughing about what she did. I don't know. I think there was trauma, and she might have been having a hard time processing what she did. But it's not in the press. It's not in the press. So RFK has the wrong stance. Trump has the wrong stance on BB Moskowitz, whatever his real name is. I would love it if Qatar, the Emir of Qatar, said to Trump, recognize a Palestinian homeland based on the 1967 borders, UN borders, which weren't as attractive as the 48 borders, by the way. That would be fantastic. There'd be a long way to go. The only troops, I think Trump should then, if he recognized a Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders, he should move US troops out of Germany and into Israel. The only troops that Israel would not attack, although they attacked the USS Liberty. But the only troops they wouldn't attack are US troops. That would be wonderful. It'd be wonderful if he took Gaza and instead of building it as a Riviera, maybe part of it could be Riviera-ish, but put that in a sovereign wealth fund for the Palestinian people, not for Jared Kushner and BlackRock. BlackRock was there traveling with Trump. So when Syria opens up, who's going to get the money? Who's going to make the money? Blink or Fink or Black or whatever his name is. That was E-Trade. It was E-Trade. It wasn't Stanley yet, I don't think, but it was E-Trade. And I was in shock because I think I brought some money in and I sold all, some of my other positions. And I thought I was in the 60% range equity. But anyway, they did it anyway. I don't know based on what, but they said, well, it's your responsibility. So yeah, anyway, it was a nightmare. I couldn't get it changed. And, I thought about suing them, but I wouldn't win. Just a nightmare. And of course, the stocks they sold out, all rallied. By the end of the week, I would have been fine. I think it was, I won't try to guess, but I think It was a very large position. Anyway, it's gone. It's not worth thinking about. Just got to keep going. Just got to keep going forward. Got to keep going. There's something about the way we talk. I wish I could learn how to play music without getting a ding. That's how it goes. There's no way I can sing it. Her voice is unique. If I had my way, I'd be in your town. I might not stay, but at least I would have been around. 'Cause there's something about what happens when we talk. Something about what happens when we talk. Does this make sense? Does it matter anyway? Is it coincidence or was it meant to be? 'Cause there's something about what happens when we talk. Something about what happens when we talk. Conversation with you was like a drug. It wasn't your face so much as your words. And there's something about what happens when we talk. Something about what happens when we talk. Well, I can't stay around because I'm going back south. But all I regret now is I never kissed your mouth. She's great. She is great. She wrote one of the best. She wrote one of the best songs. I tried to sing it to you once. It's one of the best set of lyrics when I was younger that I had ever heard. Of course, it's not going to come up quickly. It's just amazing. Oh, the night came undone like a party dress and fell at her feet in a beautiful mess. The smoke and the whiskey came home in her curls, and they crept through the dreams of the barroom girls. Well, she tosses and turns because the sun is unkind, and the heat of the day is coming in through the blinds. But leave all the blue skies for the rest of the world, because the neon will shine for the barroom girls. Oh, the barroom girls go by your side like the ponies who pass on a carousel ride. And all of the colors go round in a swirl when you dance in the arms of the barroom girls. Now she rolls to her feet when she can't sleep no more and looks at her clothes lying out on the floor. Last night's spangles and yesterday's pearls are the bright morning stars of the barroom girls. That's Jillian Welsh. It's not Lucinda Williams. I'm the breadwinner in my household. I make 6 times what my husband makes, and he works for an international company. He works for our healthcare. I take care of the rest. Well, I admire you for that because that's great. I mean, that's a modern relationship. But the thing I admire most is you look, you're judging your husband on who he is, not on how much money he makes. And you're making more. So in your relationship, you bring in the bacon, but you're a team. And you're not judging him. He covers one cost, you cover a lot of the rest. And it's not about evening it up. The great thing is, without being specific, but I know somebody who dated a great guy for a long time. He ended up cheating at the end. I think after years, there was an incompleteness about the relationship. But it was a great relationship for, I don't know, a decade, maybe less, maybe 7 years. But she made all the money. And he worked. And he worked at one point 2 jobs, but he worked. It just didn't make as much money, but he's intellectual in the sense that he read and he could talk about anything. He liked sports. Anyway, it was a great match, other than how it ended at the end. But the thing she could never get over, she would say, he doesn't make money, he doesn't have the ambition, he's not. And I said, man, you guys fit well together. You make the money. He doesn't need to make the money, you do. Just enjoy it. But that's the problem. We've spent 60, 70, 80 years creating all the roles women want. Women can have any role they want. They can be empowered by the number of men they sleep with, and it can be literally hundreds, but it's empowering, which is all bullshit, but that's what the modern world is. They can work jobs, have a career, or not. They can choose other things, go on OnlyFans, whatever. But there's just a whole rainbow of choices, so to speak. Guys don't have all those choices. They just don't. I guess the handful of guys who look like Tom Brady do. But even with Tom Brady, his wife, I don't know what went through her mind, but now she's pregnant and has another guy, a simp. I don't know. It's all screwed up. We haven't changed the roles for men. And I admire you that you don't hold it against your husband that you make more than he does and he doesn't, because it's just one factor. I admire it. If I told you you had a beautiful body, would you hold it against me? That's Monty Python. Israel has dirt on everyone. Yeah, I think that's the guy that didn't hang himself. That's the chef that didn't hang himself. That's probably the Clintons. Certainly is probably the Bidens. And I think it's P. Diddy. What if a company made their ex-dividend on an options expiration day? Wow. Fireworks. That's a good idea. Might as well try it. Palestine is the homeland of terrorists. Almost all the major terrorist groups call it home. Is that right? Where do you get your information? Where do you get your information? I mean, it's interesting because Palestine is where Israel is. And Israel is one of the greatest terrorist nations in the world. Israel. Israel has the nuclear bomb. Israel is slaughtering Palestinians. They've been slaughtering Palestinians for 80 years. They're dehumanizing Palestinians. They're killing children and women. They're going into Syria and Lebanon. They steal land. They change their last name so they sound like they're Middle Eastern, and all they are from Brooklyn or Poland or Ukraine. Israel's the terrorist nation, Hawkeye. And guess where they are? They're in Palestine. So maybe your definition is correct. But you're just wrong. Palestine has been destroyed. 92% of the homes, the places to live, are wiped off the face of the earth. The hospitals are all bombed out of existence. Hospitals. They tell families to go to neutral areas. Soldiers come in and they shoot children in the head. Women. Who cares about the men? They call it mowing the lawn. Israel is the terrorist organization who resides in Palestine. And I'm going to move on. Hamas, PLO, Islamic Jihad. This guy is nuts. No regard for Jewish life. No, that's not what I said, Hawkeye. How do you play the supremacist and the victim at the same time? How do you do that? How do you do that? Do you know how many Jewish lives have been lost since the turn of this century? In this so-called war? Very few. Do you know how many Palestinians have been killed? Who are human beings? Do you know that 2.5 million, 2.4 million people live in Gaza? Half of them are children. They've never been out of Gaza. They don't even have passports. And now their entire world has been bombed into oblivion by you. You're the one that has no regard for human life. The people that were killed October 7, half of them, but according to Israeli sources, were killed by Israeli soldiers in crossfire. Hey, John. This guy supports killing of civilians. Farrand is a racist. No, you're the racist. Your country is killing people because there's Palestinian. Children, women, civilians. That's you. You're doing it. At least 40,000 people you've killed. Civilians. But the numbers may be as high as 100, 200,000. Civilians, half of them are children. You're the racist. You're the one that's killing. But hey, you're chosen, aren't you? You're chosen. It must be nice to know what God has on his mind and know it with certainty. Apparently, 3,500 years ago, he made an oral promise regarding land. And in all contracts in the United States, oral real estate promises do not carry weight. They have to be in writing. But hey, you're chosen. Let me ask you something. If God wanted you to have that land 3,500 years ago, Where's he been for 3,500 years? You're the racist. You're the killers. You are the killers. No, I'm not pro-Holocaust. And the Holocaust that you are causing in Palestine, in Gaza Strip, it is a Holocaust. I'm against that one too. You're incredible. You play the victim and the killer at the same time. I don't know how you live with yourself. I suppose it's because God chose you. Well, would you believe that God chose you because he expected more out of you than being a murderous, racist, hypocrite? Would you believe that's why you're chosen? To be better than others? It turns out you're just as bad as the Nazis. You're just as evil. But hey, I'll leave it to him to judge you. If I had to judge you, it wouldn't be good. It's not because you're Jewish. It's because you're slaughtering an entire race of people. But when you get challenged, you go wah, 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 back to your victimhood. It's crazy how people are normalizing that. I know. Yes, we can get back about talking something else. Platinum. You want to talk platinum? Which book has platinum? Which book has platinum? Which book has platinum? Which book has platinum? I think this one might have platinum. This one might have a brief subject on platinum. No, it's mostly about silver. Let me just check. Something tells me he talked about platinum. Let me just check. Let me just check about platinum here. Nope. Okay. Let me see if he talks about platinum. Same guy. Different book. Same guy. What are the negatives? What are the negatives? Nope. All right, let me look here. I'm going to have to find some comments specifically on platinum. All right, let's see here. You know, platinum is a girl's best friend. Let's see what that says. See, that's silver, though. You don't want to hear about silver. Gold is gold and not fade away. Gold is gold and not fade away. It is estimated that about 200,000 metric tons, 200,000 metric tons of gold have been extracted from the earth throughout history. Gold mined since 1950 accounts for about 2/3 of that total. So put another way, 2/3 of all the gold ever mined that we know about has happened since 1950, which, by the way, is when we had a lot of oil. But with most gold used as some form of investment, the bulk of it is still around in the form of bars, coins, or jewelry. This is gold. It's true that gold, like silver, is also money and used in industry. But gold's role as a store of value is much more pronounced than any other application. Gold jewelry can be seen as a form of investment because it retains value over time. It's popular in China and in India, and buying gold there is seen as a method of savings. It can always be sold for cash. If we add up investment, jewelry, and central bank holdings, these three categories account for 92% of gold demand: investment, jewelry, and central bank holdings. That leaves just 8% of gold finding its way into applications such as electronics, industry, and dentistry. And most gold demand is for investment. Less than 10% of gold is consumed. The annual supply of gold, around 120 million ounces, is worth about $230 billion. In contrast, the annual silver supply is around 1 billion ounces for a total value at the writing here of 25 billion. That would be higher now. That would be 35 billion. On this basis, the gold market is roughly 10 times larger than the silver market. In the 1970s, governments held large inventories of silver because they used it in coins. But by the early 80s, they still held 330 million ounces. Then governments began to sell their stockpiles. Today, just the United States, Mexico, and India still hold about 45 million ounces in total. On the other hand, that's silver, by the way. On the other hand, central bank currently hold more than 35,000 tons of gold. And they've been aggressive net buyers of gold since 2009. But with silver being a much smaller market, it's easy to see that consistent elevated buying could push prices dramatically higher over a short period of time. All right, one more painful thing for John on silver. Have we reached peak silver? It is estimated, according to the Royal Mint, that silver can be found in the Earth's crust at a rate of about 75 parts per billion. So it's likely there still are 7.5 trillion kilograms of silver sprinkled around. Naturally, silver is more concentrated in some places than in others. That's what makes mining possible. About 45.5 billion ounces of silver, have been extracted from the earth throughout human history. 45 billion ounces. The United States Geological Survey estimates there were roughly 10 billion ounces of above ground silver available in 1950. In 1980, that fell by 2/3 to just 3.5 billion ounces of above ground silver being available. The Silver Institute estimates that the total since then has fallen further. It's fallen in half, with identifiable silver bullion inventories now sitting around 1.7 billion ounces. And this book's 4 years old. We've been running deficits. 1.7 billion ounces. Most of the drop is because silver is no longer part of coinage. Contrast that with gold. About 200,000 tons, or just over 6 billion ounces of gold, have been mined in history. But with the industry consuming very little gold, most of what's been extracted is still with us today. Approximately half is in jewelry, and about 20% is held in investment, and governments and their central banks own 17%. As a result, there are about 2.5 billion ounces of gold bullion in inventory between private investment and official holdings. In other words, there's roughly 50% more gold bullion available than there is silver. The world has been consuming more silver than the world has been mining for years. What's more, the Silver Institute forecasts supply deficits to deepen and persist for the next several years. And sure enough, it has been the case. Deepening silver supply deficits combined with demand has set the stage for a perfect storm of rising silver prices. All right, let me see if I can find something on platinum. Poor platinum. Poor platinum, ignored and unloved. All right, let's see. I can't find anything on platinum to tell you. Let me keep looking. There was an article that I found on it, but I don't remember where that article was. $65. Let me see what that says. copper. Copper. All right, that doesn't have anything. Mana being money. Mana being money. Well, let me see here. See if Jim Rickards talks about platinum. This is very disappointing. All this talk about gold and silver and no talk about platinum. No, very disappointing. Very disappointing. Oh, look, there's one more book over there, and I'm running out of chances to talk about platinum. There's Edward Platt and Robert Platt, but nothing about platinum. All right, so let me see if this has anything on platinum. Very disappointing. Nope. John, I don't know where the article was on platinum. It was a while ago. Yes, we can talk about platinum, but I don't think today. I'm going to have to find something on platinum, and I will look. Good thing Trump is now, well, see, I don't want to fall into name calling, but on the other hand, I call it the way I see it as it relate. I try to anyway, but I don't want to get into being anyway. There's no way I can say words without it being provocative. The images of emaciated, starving Palestinian children and missing limbs from fresh amputations should make anyone weep and be angry. You know what else should make people weep? They lied. And the news still says it, that Palestinians beheaded babies and burned babies. They didn't. But you know who has beheaded babies? Israeli soldiers. It's an evil on a scale that can only be described with the word evil. It's the only word. So we have to talk platinum. Unfortunately, let me see. Trump's in Qatar, huh? Let's see what's going on in Qatar, in the oil business in Qatar. Let's see. gutter. It doesn't say anything about Qatar. So maybe. So page 11. You guys know this, don't you? This is FDR meeting the king. That's the prince's grandfather. Hiya, king. Hiya, king. Hello.
You're not still live, are you?
I am.
Still, I was going to tell you sign off, but I wanted to go on at 8 o'clock. Hang up with everybody. We'll go on at 8 o'clock.
We'll go on at 8? Okay.
Yeah, I got some stuff I want to say. All right.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, Ham's got a call at 8. I showed you this picture of Saudi oil, but you can see where Qatar is, like a thumb. All right, I'm going to substitute this story for platinum. The birth of a nation. The West has had very little appreciation of the rich history and culture of the entire Islamic Middle East. Knowledge of Saudi Arabia in particular was almost non-existent until oil was discovered in 1938. 1938, oil was discovered. Even after oil was found, the kingdom remained cloaked in obscurity for another 3 decades. Once the kingdom was thrust onto the world stage, obscurity gave way to glaring celebrity and negative stereotypes. Today, although much more is known about Saudi Arabia, ignorance and prejudice are only slowly giving way to understanding. Only a handful of geopolitical experts and oilmen have ever traveled to this remote part of the world. This was published. It's Matthew R. Simmons, published in 2005, 20 years ago. Despite the critical role Saudi Arabia's oil now plays in the world economy, many people still assume the country consists of a few thousand wealthy princes squandering an endless flow of petrodollars in self-indulgent decadence. While Saudi Arabia became an oil producer in the late 1930s, the kingdom's rapid emergence as a global energy and economic power took place when U.S. oil production suddenly peaked in 1970. So interesting what's happened recently with the shale, which is just sucking our oil out more quickly. It's interesting. This event coming at the time of rapidly, that's 1970, peaking U.S. oil production, of rapidly increased oil demand created an immediate potential for supply shortages. Saudi Arabia was the only producer with the supply capacity to keep pace with the world's ravenous appetite for oil. Seizing the opportunity, the kingdom leapt from the rank of a leading oil producer with output of 2.5 million barrels a day in 1965 to superstar status by providing over 8 million barrels a day in 1974. For the next three decades, Saudi Arabia would become the key swing supplier of oil exports to the rest of the world. Given these plentiful oil resources, why should anyone worry about Saudi Arabia? Apart from concerns about political upheaval, most energy observers seem not to have entertained the possibility that Saudi Arabia's oil miracle might someday end. The Reign of the Warrior King, 1902 to 1953. The roots of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia go back to January 15th, 1902, when Abdulaziz, also known as King Ibn Saud, gathered a large group of warriors to capture Riyadh. Prior to this raid, most of Arabia had been controlled for several centuries by the Rashid Arab clan, aligned with the waning Ottoman Empire. The victorious Abdulaziz expelled the Rashid dynasty forever from what ultimately became Saudi Arabia. This was January 15th, 1902. This is Ibn Saud, a tall guy. The grandfather of the current Prince Mohammed MBS, Mohammed bin Salman. After capturing Riyadh, Abdulaziz embarked on a series of campaigns to subdue additional towns and consolidate his control. In January 1926, Abdulaziz became the king of Hajjah and the Sultan of Najd, and thus established his authority over most of the territory of modern Saudi Arabia, 1926. As Abdulaziz conquered the Arabian Peninsula, some of his most powerful supporters were the Ikhwan, the strictest, most zealous group within the Islamic Wahhabi sect. Once his power was secure, Abdulaziz turned on these strict but mostly unruly Wahhabists and, after 4 bloody, battle-ridden years, finally brought them under control. But the religious fanaticism of this group never ebbed and played a dominant role in preserving the strict religious control that is still evident in Saudi Arabia today. After almost 3 decades of warfare and political consolidation, on September 22nd, 1932, Abdulaziz finally declared his realm the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by merging the Hajjah and Najd realms. He ruled this new kingdom for an additional 21 years. While he remained quite obscure throughout his life outside his kingdom, he was truly one of the 20th century's most dynamic and intriguing characters. Historians still debate the extent to which Abdulaziz was involved in the development of Saudi Arabian oil. as will be detailed later, a series of advisors and quasi-advisors, such as New Zealand's Major Frank Holmes, the Arabist Harry St. John Sir St. John Philby, the American philanthropist Charles Crane of the Crane Plumbing fortune, the Vermont mining engineer Carl Twitchell, and a group of Standard Oil Company of California geologists all played important roles in convincing Abdulaziz to grant the oil concession that ultimately led to the discovery of the world's greatest collection of supergiant fields. But the king played a canny role in orchestrating the early development of Saudi Arabian oil resources. Did he suspect that this barren kingdom might have such rich petroleum deposits? Or were fate and luck the key determinants? Given the lack of records and the limited written history of Saudi Arabian's early years, definitive answers to these questions may never be known. But what is clear, however, is that by the time Abdulaziz finally consolidated his power, his new kingdom was extremely poor. Its only source of real money came from fees charged to Muslims on the annual pilgrimage to Mecca. When Aziz finally became king, the global depression had reduced the flow of pilgrims to a trickle, and the royal family of the new kingdom teetered on the brink of insolvency. Their need for hard currency was so urgent that an oil company might have been expected to hold the clear upper hand in negotiations for an oil concession. That an oil company might take a gamble at all on the unknown geology of Arabia at the time is somewhat surprising, since most oil companies were struggling to stave off insolvency as the depression deepened and oil prices fell to 10 cents a barrel. As he battled to establish control of Arabia, Abdulaziz was acutely aware of the potential for political disruption and violence stalking his kingdom and the entire Middle East region as a result of Zionist efforts to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine. In fact, Abdulaziz was among the first Arab leaders to warn that a Jewish homeland in the Muslim-dominated region posed serious risks for the Middle East and for the world. The prominent role that Abdulaziz tried to play during the crucial years of the Zionist campaign has been overlooked by many Middle East historians. And while the story has limited relevance to Saudi Arabia's oil development, it does shed some light on King Faisal's use of the oil sword to trigger the 1973 oil shock. In 1937, Abdulaziz spoke at length to Sir Percy Cox's deputy H.R.P. Dixon. Cox and Dixon, perfect names for these gentlemen. In 1937, Abdulaziz spoke at length to Sir Percy Cox's deputy H.R.P. Dixon about the millennium-long hatred that true adherents to the Muslim faith had toward Jews. and urged the British government to maintain Palestine under British sovereignty, ruling it, if necessary, for another 100 years, rather than partitioning it to create a Jewish state. In March 1943, Abdulaziz invited representatives from Life magazine to Riyadh to proclaim his strong opposition to Jewish immigration to Palestine. During this visit, he retold the history of the region and gave his reasons for rejecting all arguments used to validate the Jewish claim to a homeland in the region. Abdulaziz came face to face with world leaders only rarely. The most prominent meetings took place in 1945 when he secretly conferred with both President Franklin Roosevelt and Prime Minister Winston Churchill. These visits occurred late in Abdulaziz's life on the occasion of FDR's last trip outside the United States before his death 2 months later. After FDR left the gathering of Allied leaders at Yalta in February 1945, he secretly flew to Egypt and boarded a Navy vessel, the USS Quincy, which steamed to Great Bitter Lake. The purpose of this trip was to meet three kings: Farouk of Egypt, Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, and Abdulaziz ibn Saud of Saudi Arabia. The journey to meet FDR was one of the few trips during his long life that Abdulaziz made out of his kingdom. You know, his grandson's very similar. His grandson didn't leave the kingdom like a lot of the other people of his generation to study and otherwise. He stayed. And I don't know if you'd call it consolidating power as much as loving his country. On the way to this meeting in the Marat area of Saudi Arabia, the king shared his vehemence about a Jewish homeland with a crowd of his staunch supporters. Abdulaziz told them of the progress of the war and what place the Arab nations should claim in the world when the war ended. He warned his supporters of the dangers if Zionists dare to drive a small and weak nation of Palestinians from their own land. These views were a key component of the positions Abdulaziz brought to his meeting with Roosevelt. On Valentine's Day, King Ibn Saud was lifted onto the Quincy in his wheelchair to meet the American president, the most powerful leader in the world, who was also wheelchair bound. And they have a picture. Jim Bishop, in his book FDR's Last Year, eloquently characterized this historic visit as, quote, two sick men facing each other in their respective wheelchairs, unquote. Roosevelt led off this discussion by speculating on the wonders to be achieved if all the arid land in Saudi Arabia and Egypt could be made to flourish and bloom. The king, in a most respectful manner, said he was not interested in the subject of water. He spoke to FDR about his love for the desert. He went on to explain that he was simply a warrior, nothing more, nothing less. He had spent a lifetime fighting recalcitrant tribes to establish his kingdom, and now he was nearing the end of his days. The thought of making deserts bloom was a good one. But there still should be a place for deserts. Deserts were good, not bad. This was a true Bedouin talking candidly to a true aristocrat. As the meeting between these two old warriors extended into several hours, their friendship grew. Roosevelt said he was particularly interested in the Palestine question. King Ibn Saud said, quote, "You mean the Jews," unquote, and then went on to say, quote, "When peace comes," i.e. when World War II ends. The Jews, so he said, when peace comes, the Jews should be returned to the lands from which they have been driven, not sent to Palestine, unquote. The king was clearly very alarmed about the pace at which Jews were buying Palestinian land and acquiring arms to fight the Palestinian Arabs. Once World War II ended, Abdulaziz warned FDR that if the Jews came to Palestine, they would establish a culture entirely different from the Arabs. This would eventually lead to armed conflict between the Muslim world and the Jewish people. As a true believer, King Ibn Saud told FDR he would then be forced to fight on the side of the Arabs. To prevent this chaos, Ibn Saud urged that a Jewish European homeland be created instead. A Jewish European homeland be created instead. After the king departed the USS Quincy, FDR reportedly told Harry Hopkins that he had learned more about the Arab-Jewish situation from Ibn Saud in 5 minutes than he had from others over the whole course of his life. And I pray that happened with Donald Trump as he met Ibn Saud's grandson, Mohammed bin Salman. According to Jim Bishop, Hopkins would enjoy telling others, long after the trip ended, that the only thing FDR really learned was that Arabs don't want any more Jews in their neighborhoods. This is a long time ago. This was before Truman recognized Israel. And Israel exists. I'm not saying Israel shouldn't exist, but no one paid attention to this as European Jews invaded Palestine. That's what happened. Anyway, I didn't know this book was going to be talking about this. I thought it would be more talking about the king. But anyway, did King Ibn Saud and President Franklin Roosevelt discuss oil? Whether or not oil entered the 5-hour conversation between FDR and the king is not recorded. It would be odd if it did not. An American oil company had made the first 2 significant oil discoveries in Saudi Arabia several years earlier, and one field was then in production. Abdulaziz was eager to further develop Saudi Arabia's bonds to the United States as a balance to the strong British influence in the region. Access to Middle East oil was an Axis objective in World War II, and it was the reason behind the North African campaign. Roosevelt was keenly aware of the oil potential in Saudi Arabia. During the height of the war in 1943, Roosevelt instructed Harold S. Ikes, U.S. Secretary of the Interior, to dispatch a senior delegation from the Petroleum Reserves Corporation, the official entity responsible for supplying petroleum to the war effort, to inspect Saudi Arabia's oil reserves. The Allies were gearing up for the massive offenses in Southeast Asia, which had to be fueled by Middle Eastern oil. U.S. reserves could not sustain the wartime drain of 2 billion barrels of oil per year. Leading this delegation was Everett Lee de Goillier, one of the world's most distinguished geologists. Upon his return to the United States, de Goillier reported to Roosevelt that the center of gravity for oil production would soon begin shifting from what he labeled the American Caribbean area to the Middle East Persian Gulf area. He estimated the kingdom's oil resources at 2 billion barrels of proven reserves, 5 billion barrels of probable reserves, and 20 billion barrels of possible reserves. It's a lot of reserves. A day after his meeting with FDR, Abdulaziz met with Winston Churchill in Cairo. From notes taken at the visit, it seems that Churchill may have confused Abdulaziz with a member of the royal family. This confusion highlights the obscurity of Saudi Arabia, even as World War II was coming to an end. It's amazing. Saudi Arabia is a modern nation in all senses of the word. FDR was clearly impressed with Abdulaziz, oil or no oil. After FDR returned to the United States, he penned a handwritten note to the king, dated April 4th, 1945, reiterating his pledge that no decision would be taken with respect to the Palestine issue without fully consulting both the Arabs and the Jews. He ended the note by assuring the king, quote, "I will take no action in my capacity of chief of the executive branch of this government, which might prove hostile to the Arab people," unquote. 8 days later, he was dead. During this brief but potentially profound friendship between FDR and Abdulaziz, it is unlikely that either leader glimpsed the powerful position the Kingdom of the United States would occupy once it became the world's most important oil supplier, nor the violence which would engulf Middle Eastern politics. Had these two old warriors each been 20 years younger when they first met, and had their brief acquaintance blossomed while they were both young, it's not hard to imagine that the history of the Middle East might have taken a different course. Only weeks before FDR died, he apparently suggested to his wife Eleanor that he would like to travel back to the Middle East after he left office and become more engaged in seeing that part of the world grow. Abdulaziz viewed the danger embedded in creating a Zionist state in the Middle East with great passion. To make his views more widely known, he sent his favorite son, Prince Faisal, to the international gathering in San Francisco that created the United Nations. Faisal appealed to the United States to honor FDR's promise to hear Saudi concerns about creating a Jewish state in Palestine. His appeal was ignored, and he returned to Saudi Arabia, nurturing a deep resentment against the United States for not supporting a key ally and instead tilting toward the establishment of a secular Jewish state. These resentments may have influenced Faisal's action 25 years later when, as the king of Saudi Arabia, he used the oil sword to punish the United States for its support of Israel in the 1973 Middle East War, creating the first U.S. oil crisis and gasoline lines at service stations from coast to coast. In the last 8 years of his life, Abdulaziz quietly retreated from public affairs, delegating most of his official duties to his sons, particularly the two most senior, Saud and Faisal. Upon his death in 1953, a fierce power struggle erupted between the two eldest sons. Saud became the new king. Faisal became the crown prince. At the time of Abdulaziz's death, Saudi Arabia's oil production had risen to almost 840,000 barrels a day. By then, 5 great oil fields had been discovered, although only 2 of the 5 fields, Abqaiq and Garwar, were in full production. Revenue to this tiny kingdom, however, had risen to $110 million. King Saud and Crown Prince Faisal could not have been further apart in their personal preferences, behavior, and styles. Saud loved his expansive palace, luxuries, and the opulent lifestyle. Faisal was best known for his sobriety, piety, purity, and financial acumen. King Saud did not take well to the role of steward of the nation's resources, and through the 1950s, Saudi Arabia's economy often teetered on the brink of financial collapse. King Saud had inherited a surprisingly large debt from his father, estimated to total $200 million in 1953. By 1958, the kingdom's debt had soared by another 250%. In early 1960, King Saud traveled abroad for medical treatment. When he left, Faisal formed a new cabinet and assumed effective control of the kingdom. In 1964, Saud returned to Saudi Arabia and threatened to mobilize the royal guard against Faisal. Within weeks, this threat backfired. On March 28, 1964, King Saud agreed to abdicate the throne to his brother. He left Saudi Arabia for Cairo and died in Greece 5 years later. So he goes on, I'll skip a bunch of it, go to the facts known about Saudi Arabian oil. And this book was published in 2005, 20 years ago. In late 2004, proven oil reserves totaled 259 billion barrels, plus another 2.5 billion barrels in the Saudi-Kuwait neutral zone. If these proven reserves are real, it means that Saudi Arabia's oil will last another 90 years at current production rates of 8 to 9 million barrels a day. Well, 20 years of that 90 have gone by, if those numbers are correct. Conventional energy wisdom assumes that most of Saudi Arabia's portion of the Arabian Peninsula has been lightly explored because current oil resources are deemed adequate for the foreseeable future, thus obviating the need to look for more. Some oil experts argue that even with minimal future exploration, there might be little need for new successes since Saudi Arabia already has an ample inventory of over 80 known oil fields and another 20 to 22 gas fields waiting in the wings. Saudi Arabia's discovered oil fields are said to contain over 315 separate producible oil and gas reservoirs. 5 of the kingdom's known oil fields have been exceptional by any world standard. They are supergiants, containing vast quantities of oil and gas, and they have produced 90% of Saudi Arabia's oil from 1950. Garwar, the most super of supergiants, is the greatest oil field the world has ever known. After more than 50 years of production, now it's more than 70, Saudi Arabia claims that Garwar still contains 70 billion barrels of proved reserves. There's a Aramco brochure that says that Garwar still contains 1/8 of the world's total reserves. If true, this equates to 125 billion barrels. Almost all of Saudi Arabia's 101 oil and gas fields are located in a compact corner of the kingdom's eastern province. Most of these fields are land-based. Only 13 are offshore, lying atop the Persian Gulf in the neutral zone, shared with Kuwait. An oil field is usually classed as a supergiant based on its proven reserves. Fields of this size have always been rare. In the past 30 years, only a handful of giant oil fields have been found in the entire world. North Sea. Very few oil fields discovered since 1980, probably fewer than 5, are now producing in excess of 250,000 barrels a day. Development is now underway on a number of giant oil fields around the world. The Caspian Sea, which didn't work out, by the way, at least not on the scale that Chevron liked. They're complex reservoirs. The other new giant oil fields are the deep water regions of the Gulf of Mexico and West Africa. The Gulf of Mexico fields will likely peak quickly and then begin experiencing high rates of decline. They're unlikely to produce at rates near their peak for even 1 decade. All right, just a little bit more. Perhaps a dozen or so geologic formations have been explored within Saudi Arabia, and it's all very technical. But from a layman's perspective, the most important feature of Saudi Arabian petroleum geology is how few of the various rock formations deemed to have hydrocarbon potential have ever produced oil in any significant quantity. Saudi Arabian geologic formations are listed in the appendix. Saudi Arabia's Jurassic Age Arab carbonate rock formation has produced almost all the highly valued light and extra light oil in Saudi Arabia. Light refers to an oil's density and is expressed for all crude oil grades in degrees of API, American Petroleum Institute. Light oils are more valuable and range from 38 degrees to 34 degrees API. Medium oils have API gravity of about 32 degrees, and heavy oils start at about 29 degrees. As API gravity decreases, the oil thickens until it becomes a tar, which will not flow at normal temperatures. That's Canada, and that's Venezuela. On the long list of known geological formations in Saudi Arabia, the Arab Formation is almost hard to find. This remarkable reservoir rock is divided into A, B, C, and D zones. Virtually all the oil produced at the supergiant Garwar and Apec fields has come from the Arab D oil column, meaning the vertical thickness of the oil-bearing rock layer. In total, the Arab D oil column was commonly about 250 feet thick at locations near the center of the field and grew thinner toward the edges of the field or flanks, where it was in contact with the underlying aquifer, water, referred to as the oil-water contact. The first 150 feet of this column were typically produced before Aramco constructed its water handling facilities to cope with the water produced along with the oil. This is called a water cut. Almost all of the Arab D oil has been produced from the top 80 feet of the continuous oil column, a special reservoir formation known as Arab D Zone 2B. The bulk of the remaining oil reserves, however, lie in the lower portion of Arab D. Several now retired Aramco executives say this oil will be extremely difficult to recover. This is 20 years ago, so they've been doing something right since then. These two onshore giant carbonate oil fields, plus the Berry field, produce a high proportion of Saudi Arabia's light and extra light oil. Two other oil fields, the Shaiba and the Hatwa, produce the balance of the light and extra light oil. The remainder of Saudi Arabia's oil production which is medium to heavy grade, comes from 3 offshore fields. Conventional wisdom still accepts Saudi Arabia's claim that its cost to produce oil is the least expensive in the world. Whether this is true or not remains a mystery, since Saudi Arabia publishes very little financial information on the economics of its oil and gas business. The kingdom reveals few details Anyway, I'll stop it there. I found that interesting, but you probably didn't. John, I bought platinum when I was 2 ounces of platinum for 1 ounce of gold. It's now 3 ounces of platinum for 1 ounce of gold. Do I trade platinum for gold or silver, or do I hold on? John, I don't know about platinum, and I don't know if you're still here, but I put it up. I put it up here as a ratio, but just on the gold-silver ratio, I would. But platinum is now 3 to 1. Platinum is now 3 to 1. I'll see if I can find some advice on platinum. But on silver, according to Mike Maloney, he uses a guide that when the gold-silver ratio, right now it's around 100 to 1. 100 to 1. That he would buy all silver. He would own all. I don't know if he'd switch, but with new money, he would buy all silver. Let me see if I can find it. Of course, I can never find anything when I need it right away. I did do a chart of it, and I put it up for you, but I guess you didn't take a picture of it. And I have it somewhere. I'll find it for the next time. Okay, here it is. Let me just read this to you, John. But I can't. I want to look up platinum, but I think you should trade your platinum for silver is my first reaction. But let me find out, because platinum sounds like it's cheap. But this is what Mike Maloney says. I rely on the gold-silver ratio to tell me what to do, and I always obey. So when the gold-silver ratio is under 50, to him, it suggests gold is undervalued compared to silver, so he buys only gold. When the ratio is between 50 and 60 ounces of silver per 1 ounce of gold, I spend 75% of my money on gold and 25% on silver. When it's between 60 and 70, I split my money 50-50 and buy gold and silver equally. When the ratio is between 70 and 80, 75% of my currency goes to silver and 25% goes to gold. When the gold-silver ratio is over 80, which it currently is, I buy only silver So I would say silver is where you need to be. What I've noticed, John, in reading and listening, nobody really follows platinum or palladium. It's all a second thought. And will that change? Sure, that'll probably change. But I think the easiest move, the first move, will be gold. And we might already have had it, and then silver, then the miners. But I'll keep it in my head, so I'll try to give you what I learned. Congrats to all finger winners. I'm holding strong. Okay, Dave Vanderwerf. I want to just second that opinion. They're just looking at Railtown in Canada. It's been trading nicely, but here in the States, people have been selling it. And I have a feeling it might be some of us selling it to buy finger. I don't know. But I just want to remind you, Dave, that Railtown was an R&D company. They finished and they started selling their product. And if you go to their website, they name 4 products now. Conductor is one, but there's 2 or 3 others. And so they're marketing those products. They're unique, they're proprietary, they're closed, and they're AI. And they address a $100 billion market or more. So it's really big. But in the process of marketing these products, they stumbled into a company called AI Partners. And AI Partners was the brainchild of some guys whose names I don't remember. And the idea was to create a sort of a venture capital, sort of an investment grade association of AI companies, private AI companies, and they ended up with 160 of them. And there's revenue there. But it's a collection, and the idea was they would cross-sell their products and get economies of scale. A further goal of the guys that founded AI Partners was to roll up the best companies into AI Partners as a bigger corporation. Well, a weird thing happened, I don't know, about 12 months ago. Railtown announced that it was going to buy AI Partners, not just join them, they're going to buy them. And the business plan of AI Partners is out there. It's on their website. It's been discussed in press releases. So to me, the story that I saw initially, which was an R&D company going to market, to me was rapidly going to increase its customer base, and they'd sell themselves out to one of their partners. They have several partners. The names that I know are, I recognize are Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, but there's others too. So I thought when I saw it and when I listened to the story and the idea that this was a pretty good call, that probably fairly quickly, once they got some contracts, that one of the big boys would buy the company. But what happened instead is they ran into this AI Partners, and they announced that they are buying AI Partners and essentially stepping into the business plan to roll up, to agglomerate the best of the best of the companies in AI partners. And this is a big change, and it's big. It's a huge, huge opportunity. It's taken a while. It's taken me so long. And now that I know, I believe all that I do or say is all I ever will be. She stood beside me, letting me know she would be something to lean on when everything ran out on me. Fenced yards ain't whole cards, and like as not, never will be. Reason for rhymers and old five and dimers like me. Anyway, it became bigger than originally thought. And I think just in simple terms, you can imagine that if they're, and these are my thoughts, I haven't heard them anywhere, but if you can imagine taking over AI partners and quickly rolling up, let's say 20%, the top 20% of the companies generate any 80% of the revenue. Well, 20 times 160 is 30 companies. I don't know if they're rolling up 30 companies, but they're probably rolling up a bunch of them or trying to lock down a bunch of them. That means a lot of lawyers. So it delays everything, but it's for good. The other thing is the regulatory body. Their job is to make sure that this is not anti-competitive. It's possible that as they did their phone calls and searches, that other companies got sniffed around as well and said, you know, it may not be anti-competitive, but I think it's unfair that we're not, I don't know, given a chance to bid, or we're not included. So my point is, Dave, there could be a lot of reasons for this delay, but I think they're all good because this is bigger than the original situation. So I would summarize it by saying that at 27 cents, I don't think there's a lot of risk to the downside. And I think once they do announce the completion of what they've already announced, there's probably a little short selling in there. There's probably some of us who got bored and wanted to trade finger in there. But one thing that's not there is buying. There's no buying from the big institutions, from the mutual funds, from the insiders at Railtown, the insiders at AI Partners and all those companies. There's no buying from the clients of Canaccord. There's no buying from family offices. The biggest buyers in Canada are sitting on their hands. Why? Because it's a quiet period. It's a quiet period. So I think finally, when it's announced, I suppose there's some risk that something will go wrong, but I don't think so. So finally, and I think it'll be a series of announcements if I'm correct, because lawyers are involved. It's a process. if I'm right, I don't know if they're rolling up any of these companies right away, but if they are, they implied it in the press release. It might be a series of announcements. I don't know. We'll find out. But my point is that I think the value proposition changes overnight. It goes from an R&D company that no one quite really understands what their product is to a visible, highly visible merged company with all of the products and more and revenue. So my prediction is it opens, maybe doesn't open, but it goes up to very quickly. My prediction, it's mine, which is to say it is all mine, is $3.50 a share. Am I right? I don't know. I'm taking a stab, but hey, I did some back of the envelope arithmetic. I divided it by the number of shares. I came up with a number much, much higher. I chopped that and chopped it again and may have chopped it again. But I tried to just be as, and I came up with something like $3.43. So I called it 350. Am I right? Who knows? Who knows? Let's look at some of the prices. I'll hang up at 6:30 and come back on at 8 o'clock for ham. Looks like finger isn't even. Okay, there it is. It's up a penny at 458. GBUX is, I guess, not trading, but it's 379. Nixie's down a penny. And let me just look at GDC for the hay of it. GDC is 208. Okay, no news there. Let's look at Spanish ambassador calls Israel a genocidal state. I'll leave that alone. But that's the Spanish ambassador. There's a whole subject of Diddy. Okay, no news there. It's not a lot of news today, I guess. Guess there's not a lot to talk about. So there's not a lot left. Trading gold to get silver, yeah. I think that for right now, I think that makes sense. A lot of sense. She's crazy. Hillary Clinton accuses Trump of engaging in quid pro quo transaction over Qatar's gift of a luxury jet. Hillary Clinton criticized President Trump over his decision to accept a Boeing 747 as a gift from the royal family of Qatar. The jet is actually a gift to the Department of Defense. Trump said, "I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of offer." Hillary Clinton lashed out at President Trump and suggested he is engaging in a quid pro quo transaction. No one gives someone a $400 million jet for free without expecting something in return. Be serious, Clinton said on Wednesday. Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation took millions of dollars from Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and other Middle Eastern countries in exchange for access to the United States government. Clinton engaged in a massive influence peddling scheme while she was the head of the State Department and used a private server to evade Freedom of Information Act. DM Income Advisors and John Moynihan of JFM Associates did research. Mr. Moynihan stated that 60% of the donations going to the Clinton Foundation were used as administrative fees. 60% used as fees. All right, it's 2 more minutes. Let me, nothing. Richard will cover GTII on 5/16, so that's Thursday. That's Thursday. All right, I'll wait 2 more minutes. I'll try to find anything to point out to you in the meantime. And then I'm going to sign off. I'll come back on at 8 o'clock or just before 8 o'clock. And not finding anything particularly giant. Alberta to separate from Canada. All right, I'll finish with that. It's very short. So Martin Armstrong went to Alberta, Canada, and he says they will separate. The polls show 40% want to leave. Yeah, that was it. There's a little more I could read, but that was basically the point. He thinks Alberta will separate from Canada. We got 30 more seconds, so I'll say thank you for joining in. I'll come back on just before 8 so we can listen to Ham. And you know, we'll see what Ham has to talk about, Finger and maybe GBUX at 8 o'clock tonight. I wish everyone well until then, and over and out.